Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Begay, present.
Thank you, sir.
Malone is present.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Russell Slater.
Present.
Sir, Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
Mr. Mose, excuse Miss So she's on the Navajo Nation Oil and Gas. I think she's fulfilling shareholder representation duties right now.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Daniel E. So. Honorable Daniel E. So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Thank you, sir. Vice Chair, we have 4 members constitute a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mose. Committee members, we're going to move on to our invocation. And Shanella, Delegate Begay, could you please provide an invocation for us?
Yes, good morning. Yes, I'll be. Education and Human Service Committee hit the nego equire. Fishpans on Capitana Nolo either quite neatly. Although Banda Huidot into Navigata deal Chigi Apecatas, cocaine, he cut deal was starting in Lini. Quay not in such case, those Digichudo include the Quaben he cut deal was starting in Lini. Although get an ear, Yateko, not adolescent, and go equity what ego ear, you can not Koi ba needs and do although called the distinct ha holia, though it has non hit has he cannot get ICA by in although question, although quite late, I don't have ego iban see case. Hakulai and he told Dohla, put in the 8 or his nail in the store, could ego eat a holding out and nego equal ego, then he had at the Yashon, they had any because honey in all this, as only that AD as they get that. Kehuit, icon, Kayan Hiltasa, Angi, Adon Hosand, and Hiltasa. Now, need us to Hotiski, now stand others on the condition at the Eapike, Bike Kandi, Credo, Bike, in the Creco. I saw the Nitraja Condit, Lee Hadish, has Lee Condato, the Sodo Nati, the safe in limit, I saw the Quadnic, how Leonardo. Also, Bacho, Baoban, Siki, section, Ado, Sani, Ado has twin Lini. Also, Ado Banan should that as it, Nikada that as allowed that. Ado the Con Department, so the Division Department, yeah, Con. Nad Nishnessa, Kittenab, the Sharks and Holia. Not Yana, Yana, and get asked. What hole out the owl at Sarahot Sanja hole out of Kinkus Ango hole at art. So not Sandan Hiltasa are they? What they got not Ahana Zini Haba Holiado yet can't see his so that Joe Pato yo and Lini art so if I can't see his over by heart. Beda with Liado Lestrat in Linico. Although said none of the corner, this we can't get in luck and none of the head or less corner. Certain leaning, Sakis and leaning in the cartil or fish. Jungo icon, Shalengi, that is Nico. Connector so doesn't be a seat or the yacht, Jesus Christ. Amen.
What you doing in Vegas?
Delegate So is joined for the record, and we're going to move on down our agenda. Colleagues, are there announcements? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, we shall move on to number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Do we have Ms. Benally on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you please read the proposed agenda into the record? Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your proposed agenda. It's for the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee 24th Navajo Nation Council Special Meeting, September 14th, 2021. Presiding, the Honorable Daniel E. So, Chairperson, and the Honorable Carl R. Slater, Vice Chairperson. Place is the via telecommunications. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journals. None. 5, receiving reports. A, the presentation of the Navajo Nation (6/11). B is a presentation, One Day at a Time Club Incorporated. And it's a presentation of the APRA grant proposal, Fort Defiance Recovery Center and for the Chinle Community Recovery Center. And the presenter is Larry Foster, who's the program manager and board member. Staff and CIE Navajo Area Office. D is a report update by the Department of Dene Education, Office of Dene Accountability and Compliance regarding the Shanto Preparatory Investigation Report and the school's reauthorization for Operation Summer 2021. Presenter is Mr. Derek Franklin, Education Program Manager, and Ms. Lavita Maestas, Senior Education Specialist from the Office of Dene Accountability, Compliance. Also, along with Doty, is an update report by NDOH from the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support. And it's regarding to the report will include the funding for food and supplies. Presenters Dr. Jill Jim, Director of NDOH, and Valerie Jones with Baltics. F, report, update report by NDOH from the Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services. Presenters Dr. Jill Jim, with Director of NDOH, and Dr. Michael Brancher with DBMHS. 6, old business, none. 7, new business. A is an extension with the school board reapportionment public comment period by 20 days. 8, close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. The next meeting. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Committee members, is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion, Juanita.
Is there a second? We have a motion from Chiche Delegate Wadika and a second from Lona. And committee members, there was a request by the office beta, and the request is to use this language: 7 period new business colon new line A period, extend the school board reapportionment public comment period by 20 days. The public notice was published in the Navajo Times. I will respectfully request for the motioning parties to amend their motion to include that corrected language for item 7A.
Vice Chair Slater. This is Delegate Daniel, so I'm finally on the call.
Ah, the king is here. Would you like to take over, or you want me to keep rolling?
So, that last item, the announcements were, late, but the actual first day of consultation was August 23. 30 days would make it to September 23, and 60 days would make it to October 23. And that's my thought.
Yes, good morning. This is Miss Bobroff. What Chairman Daniel So is suggesting would work even better. So Office of Legislative Counsel would be in support of that also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Ms. Benali, did you capture what Chairman So said?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, it would extend the 20 days to September 23rd, which would make it 30 days, and then or October 23rd, which would make it 6. I just would like to get a clarification from Office of Legislative Counsel. Is Hess required the public comment period for 30 days, or are they required doing it for 60 days?
Ms. Bobroff?
Thank you. It is for 60 days. So ending October 23rd would be perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like that's what the request is, to amend the agenda. So to the motioning parties, or do you consent to that amendment or to that modification?
Yes, Vice Chair, I consent. This is Delegate Wanika.
Delegate Lona?
Yes, I consent.
Okay. Thank you. And then second, could the Office of Legislative Counsel, I guess, prepare an amendment to the legislation if that's needed to reflect what
Delegate Slater,
yes.
this is Chad Abeda from Office of Legislative Counsel.
You're recognized, sir.
I'll go ahead and
Yes.
Oh, go ahead, Dana. I was going to mention that I was going to work on that amendment and then send it.
Great. That's what I was going to say. So thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
Okay, committee members, are there any requests to amend the agenda or further discussion on the agenda? Going twice? Going 3 times? Now, Mr. Mose, can you please move to a roll call vote?
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Purnell.
One vote green.
Purnell votes green. Charlene So.
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5, and Vice Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Excellent. We've adopted our agenda. We have no journals, which is item 4, so we'll move to 5A. And that is a presentation from the Navajo Nation Building Restoration Program. Presenter Mike Murphy, Gamblin Rogers Electrical Services, and Benson Bitsui, Assistant Business Manager, IBW, Local 611. Do we have Mr. Murphy, or do we have Mr. Bitsui, or do we have Mr. Platero on the line? Going twice? Going 3 times. We'll move to B.
Okay, we're here. We had a technical problem with.
Okay. You're recognized.
This is,
Screen.
shall I begin?
Start talking.
Yes.
Well, as you say, my name is Mike Murphy. I work with both Prime Electric and Gamblin Rogers. And Gamblin Rogers is owned by Prime Electric, and Gamblin Rogers is a 70-some-odd-year-old service company. And one of the specialties that they do is infrared testing of electronic building distribution systems throughout the state. I want to start out by apologizing. We are operating off of a CD that we prepared after making a presentation to the Vice President and President's Workshop Committee. And we got the bright idea of making a presentation with all of our data on it. And we sent it to everybody, including all the council delegate members, in a CD format about a month ago. They all went up to Window Rock, and I have no idea how many may have received them or not. But Ms. Benali pointed out to us that many people with new computers don't have CD ports, they use USB drives. So we're more than willing, if in the end of all of this, if the committee would like the presentation, it's in entirety redone on a zip drive, we will send one back out vis-a-vis the council to the 31 delegate members so that they have the whole presentation. Let me explain how this all began. The first part of the year, we started developing extensive marketing database lists to promote the infrared distribution testing program. And after some discussions with the Vice President's office, Mr. Platero from GSD and the Education Department, they allowed us to perform a pilot test at no cost at the Education Center building in Window Rock, so we could better educate people on what the technology did and what it showed as a result of the tests. During the time we were out there, we had the pleasure to meet the vice president and Ms. Yazzie. And they went on to explain to us that in their view, in addition to the services that we were promoting, that the largest problems that they saw that they faced was non-performing fire alarm systems, non-performing HVAC systems, most likely thermostatic control problems versus the HVAC systems itself, but probably some of both, and the air quality throughout all of the buildings. They estimated that they had 1,200 to 1,900 buildings, and they said, show us a presentation as to what you could do to help us deal with these problems. Well, we're in the electrical subcontracting business, and fire alarm systems fall within our scope of work. We're involved with HVAC people on a constant basis, and we do a lot of control work with them. And if in fact one discovers what particular types of HVAC equipment exists in each building, then we could find the highest grade of HEPA filters that could be utilized throughout the facility buildings on the Navajo Nation properties. So we turned around and we presented back to them what we call the Navajo Nation Building Restoration Program, which I have up on the screen. I hope you can see it. And it addressed exactly how we would go about handling each of these matters. And we presented it back to the parties. We distributed it to all of the council members. We distributed it to all of the department heads throughout the Navajo Nation administration. And we have been actively promoting this program, and we are fortunate enough to have your committee allow us to make a presentation. With that said, I can. There's some aspects of this presentation that we're going to skip. It specifically, we're not going to get through the sample report, although it's on the CD, the report, and all of the recommendations are in that report. But we are going to have Doug walk through the technology related to infrared testing. We would go out immediately and perform on a daily basis infrared testing of each building.
Okay, no, yeah, that's fine. That's why I'm just double checking. If you
Those,
send it over and then you can.
shall I continue?
And then send it over to.
Okay.
There's quite a few reports this morning.
In doing the infrared testing, what comes of it is a very detailed report, the pictures of what we find in all the electrical panels, the transformers, any deficiencies that we can't fix on the spot, and we prioritize the urgency of repairs. And out of that comes a list of things that need to be fixed in the building, which is what we did with the education building. And at that point, that work could be priced out for repairs. In the case of the investigation of the fire alarm systems, one needs to go out and test them. That's smoke tests, heat tests, pull stations, post indicators, all the emergency lighting, the annunciator speakers. And from there, one can determine how many parts and pieces are working or not working, and if in fact the system can be supplemented with new products, or if in fact the fire alarm panels need to be replaced. The older the buildings, the greater the likelihood of problems with merging and matching old with new. And it likely, in some instances, is going to require having to put a new fire alarm system in with a new panel and detection devices. Once that's determined, then on getting the work fixed. And I would point out, if you're talking about that number of buildings, and let's just pretend you bought 100 brand new fire alarm system panels, you're going to want to buy them all yourself bulk because you're going to get a huge discount on them. The third thing we would do while we were out there is investigate the HVAC system. And by doing that, we would get the make and models of all of the equipment that was on in the building so that we could merge and mate HEPA filters to go with the equipment that would work. And that would take care of upgrading the air quality of the system. And at the same time, we would investigate if it was a control system problem with the HVAC systems, thermostats, or if there's actually something flawed with the equipment. From there, once again, there's going to be a report on each one of these items. And from there, cost estimates can be developed. People can be identified that can actually do the repairs, get the costs in place, and go out, get the necessary approvals, do the product selection and procurement, and get the show on the road. Every one of these items, in fact, your resolution of 2012 obligated the Department of General Services to comply with all Navajo and federal regulations regarding your buildings. And every single one of these things that I'm talking to you about is life safety. Just think of your kids in school and the teachers and the parents and your staff members and all of the buildings. This is about fire. It's about air quality. It's about whether the systems are working and functioning properly. And it's about getting them fixed to comply with federal regulations. And all of this is driven by the International Building Codes, National Fire Protection Association codes, ASHRAE, which controls the air quality standards in every building. And it's simply something that we would do in the normal course of business in the states and cities, et cetera, and so forth. In the case of our situation, whether we're working on a state building or a private sector building, we go through reviews with the fire marshal. The fire marshals mandate annual inspections of all of these systems. And if they're not working, it's short and sweet. You get a 30-day notice to make all of the corrections, or you vacate the building. And some of the folks that I've spoke to within the administration, I've stressed the fact that I know how hard it is for you folks to have to constantly ask and rely upon the federal government for money to run your operation. But when it comes to life safety, it's not an elective prerogative for them to decide to appropriate the money or not. It's a federal law. They need to comply with making funds available to you to make sure these buildings are safe. So the first part of the whole endeavor scrolls down from screen to screen, investigate and test the fire alarm systems, produce a report, outline all of the deficiencies and the repairs and the replacements and the parts and the components to comply with the codes, make arrangements to undertake the necessary repairs. There's plenty of Navajo, Native American subcontractors and or Native American subcontractors that can be engaged to help make these repairs in all of the scopes of work that we're talking about. Next one is upgrading the air filtration, air quality systems. And they've got some really state-of-the-art HEPA filtration systems, and they've got some really economical state-of-the-art standalone air purifier systems to help overcome what one of the education department folks characterized as the sick building syndrome. And the trick, besides buying these thousands of filters, is making sure that they are changed as frequently as the manufacturer recommends. Investigation of all of the HV control systems and repairing them. Some of this could be done in this day and age by remote technology. And a lot of the systems may simply have control components that have failed. Some of them may be in more serious condition than not. And the equipment itself, as an example, the education center building has what I would consider to be an antique McQuaid mechanical system, which they are operating manually, turning it on and off to make it function. And you're going to face the reality in many instances where you're going to have to buy a new HVAC piece of equipment, and rather than rooftop mount it, you're going to mount it outside the building and connect to the existing ductwork, whatever the case may be. But there's solutions to go with every one of the problems. So basically, we're talking about testing the fire alarm systems, as I stated before, air filtration. How do you do it? You basically put together a management team and you delegate the responsibilities per division of work. So one person's handling, as the case of Mr. Patterson, the infrared, another person's handling the fire alarm inspections, another person's handling the HVAC. And they are then working with your staff members, and on the procurement side, the budgeting side, getting the necessary people to implement the work program and get the show on the road. There's 850 days left, possibly, to the drop dead date of 12/31/24. And I don't know if that says that that's when the ARPA funds are supposed to have already been all spent or simply earmarked. But we all know how time flies. And that's not a lot of time to deal with 1,700 buildings. Well, there was a discussion last week between ourselves and Mr. Platero. And in his defense, in 2012, GSD was directed to put together a detailed inventory of the buildings. And in the same breath, you specifically told them the buildings they didn't need to worry about testing. That was item 10. And it outlined certain specific buildings that they needed not to worry about, that had funding from other sources that they didn't need to worry about. Some of them concerned me by looking at them like senior citizen centers and Head Start facilities. But the bottom line is, if you deducted these buildings from all of the buildings that are existing out on the Navajo Nation, having lists developed by now should take all of about 3 weeks from each department. Item 9 was a bit of a confusion for not only ourselves, but also GSD. It excludes them from, I believe, working on fire alarms, fire extinguishers, fire suppressions, electronic security and detention facilities, fuel systems, etc. But I don't think it relieves them of the responsibility to see to it that they're inspected and repaired. It simply recognizes the fact that they may not have the staff with the required certification to do the work. So we're ready, willing, and able to assist in this effort. We have done everything under the sun to work with the departments as mandated by the vice president's office. They asked us specifically to keep them out of it, so it did not give anybody the impression that they were promoting us or our program, which in fact is their program. So we have tried to do so. We have no endorsement from anybody. Some folks probably think this is a good idea, some may not. And frankly, I'm the last person in the world to waste your time or mine. If there isn't an interest in pursuing this and trying to figure out how to make it work as efficiently as possible, then we should stop bothering everybody. I've been in this business 51 years, and most of it is in the general construction, overseeing the design and construction of owners' buildings, probably $3 or $4 billion worth. We know how to organize work. We know how to oversee people to get the work done. We demand technical excellence. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Doug so he can walk you folks briefly through the technology. And once again, if in fact you would like us to correct our error and send you back the entire presentation on a zip drive, we will see to doing so. And we thank you very much for taking up your time. So
$23 years ago, we started this maintenance and testing program. And oh, that's his. So I've been doing it a lot. I've opened up thousands of panels and transformers and disconnects, and I've seen a lot. For your particular building out there that we did, the education building, you get an inventory. I go ahead and I take an amperage reading on the, let's see, are we getting there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask them if they can see your screen.
Can you see the screen, the electrical security? Is anybody there? No, I can't see it, nothing.
Maybe just 1 second.
No computers.
I know.
I deal with tools, not computers. The infrared. See it now, sir. There you go.
We're doing every time. Have a calendar.
Your teacher
So-
out again? Have a planner, write it in.
Oh, write it in.
Where's your planner?
Okay.
no more turn things over, Benson.
Okay. So I've been doing this a long time. We use a infrared camera that looks for hot spots. It's accurate to 1/10 of 1 degree C. So it shows heat differences in panels and transformers and disconnects. And it's like same with your education building. We found a couple disconnects that had problems with the for your air handler units. Those may be a simple fix. Sometimes you just need to exercise them, and they, that will. Can't see the mouse on there. That doesn't matter.
Mr. Patterson,
Yes.
this is Delegate Daniel So. I hate to interrupt your presentation, but the aspects of competency sorely needs to be addressed. In the original discussions with Mr. Benson Bitsui, what you're presenting was not what we discussed. And committee members and those on the council and ones that are on the call, what really needs to happen is, and Sajah, Mr. Tom Platero, are you on the call? If anything, okay, if anything, the two individuals that did the presentation or are doing the presentation, I really feel need to meet with you and go over the aspects. And if you deem it appropriate, they develop a proposal that would go to the ARP office. And it's certainly, I don't want it to appear that I'm endorsing this particular entity. There are other entities nationwide, worldwide, that probably do the same type of work. And certainly I didn't envision this type of presentation when Mr. Benson Bitsui first gave me a call to be put on the agenda. So, committee members, I beg your indulgence and would ask that we just dispense with this presentation and let Mr. Tom Platero meet with these individuals to develop a proposal or and number one, yes, there is the need for all this, but this committee is not going to endorse any particular entity to say yes. So that's the aspects that I'm concerned with, committee members. If we could just accept what has been presented and we defer it to Mr. Platero to work on the administrative matters. In this case, I don't see it as a policy matter. It's a matter that the administration needs to look into. Committee members.
Chair, I agree. I think we should actually delete this from, unless we want to vote against accepting the report, which I think is weirder.
We lost part of your comments.
here's the building out by the pump house, and it's got, a panel and a transformer. And we'll give you that kind of reading
Sir,
on it.
sir,
So it'll give you an
sir,
inventory.
Sir,
Yes, sir?
I'm gonna debate.
Okay.
Committee
We
members,
apologize.
this matter addressed. Like I said, what was presented to me over a phone call it's not what we discussed. And I feel like it's inappropriate for the committee to hear from one entity to say, this is what you need, we can offer our services. And for me, that's not a policy matter, that's an administrative matter, and they ought to be committee members.
Chair, I'm going to motion to amend the agenda to delete this report off the record or off the agenda. And I agree with everything you said. This is bordering on violation of our procurement code, and our committee doesn't do this, even though other committees does do this.
Thank you. Committee members, I'll recognize Vice Chair Slater's motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alona?
Do I have a second?
Alona, second.
Second, thank you, Honorable Halona. Committee members, Mr. Mose, roll call vote on this motion to delete this item off the agenda.
Sir. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable Green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene Stowe.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene Stowe votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Mr. Mose, let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting.
Chair, sorry, I got muted. Delegate Begay voting green. Thank you.
Oh, good morning.
Right there. Thank you.
So the vote will be show 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting.
Yes, sir.
Again, this entity then can meet with Mr. Platero, and Mr. Platero, you handle this administrative matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education and Human Services Committee. 5B is a presentation by the One Day at a Time Club Incorporated, and this was referred to for the agenda, but it is regarding the Fort Defiance Recovery Center and the Chinle Community Recovery Center, and it is a proposed, I think, future APRA grant proposal that this One Day at a Time Club Incorporated would like to submit, but they wanted at the request to the chairs to do a presentation. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And committee members, in speaking with Mr. Larry Foster, there was also initiatives about having Navajo Nation-based rehab centers, recovery centers. And so that's the reason that I had asked Mr. Larry Foster to present a report on their program, and then based on that, we will proceed. Previously, we had initiatives that just kind of, they're still, I guess, hanging on the tree somewhere. With that, Mr. Larry Foster, you have the teleconference floor.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Oh.
Can you guys hear? Can you hear me?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Foster, and I'm not going to go into my clans or my history, but I know pretty much all of you, and I just want to wish you good morning, Yate Bennett, and to my Ani, not Ani. Thank you for allowing us to give a presentation. My name is Larry Foster, and I'm on the board of directors for the Daytime Club. It's a recovery center, alcohol and substance abuse recovery center in Fort Defiance. And we serve a radius of about 150 miles of Fort Defiance, and we get people that come to our Alcoholics Anonymous meetings from Chinle, just all over the reservation, Shiprock, Tuba City, Yenta, Gallup area, and we have been or Daytime has been in place since 1978, and over 40 years. Daytime Club is also incorporated under the state of Arizona as a non-profit, not-for-profit organization, and we do have a IRS identification number. We serve around 27,000 people per year just in our area. And one of the areas that we look at, concentrate on with the alcohol and substance abuse is the pre-treatment and the post-care after treatment. And we work with health, your Department of Health, Behavioral Health Service, and the hospitals and the courts. And this year, we're getting a lot more people coming in since we've opened up under the cautious guidelines of COVID. Before it was yellow status. And we basically are getting people, we're finding out, well, that looking across the reservation, we're finding out that a big area of need is in the Chinle area. And they did have a facility out there, a recovery center, a AA center, and that was called the Talbot House. It was on the Catholic Church grounds. We were informed that that was burned down, I guess, due to arson about 5-6 years ago. And there's really no place for the post-recovery to happen, like the 12-step meetings, 12 tradition meetings. So the group's been moving around to different churches to try to get a place to meet or get a place of their own. Over in Fort Defiance at a Daytime Club, the club, the organization owns the building that was donated as a double-wide trailer that was donated in 1978. And we've been expanding and operating out of there since then. So in helping Chinle, or we want to concentrate on helping Chinle at the invitation of the local community, we've been working with the Honorable Delegate Eugene So and his the people out there, his officials, and we were able to secure a building that was a modular building from Apache County a couple of years ago. And what our plans were is to clean up the old Talbot House location where that recovery center was operating out of. Then we want to relocate that building there. The building does belong to what we refer to as the Chinle AA group, Alcoholics Anonymous group. And they are referred to as the Canyon Deshe group. And we've got all that cleared out of the way. The proper ownership now belongs to that group. And it's really a group that has to be rebuilt from ground up. The site location has been re-identified. We've entered into an agreement with the Catholic Church of right there in Chinle. They've agreed to give the group their 1 acre for up to as long as they have the recovery center open free of charge. So we would need to renovate that mobile that modular building. It's a double wide. It's like 32 by 60 foot and 32 by 60 foot, and we would then be able to provide the services out there, the pre-treatment and post-treatment. And as I understand the way like behavioral health works in working with them, or the hospitals and the courts, they're the ones that send people to treatment. We refer people over there, or they make referrals to our group, our recovery center, Data Time Club. And then when the problem we're experiencing is that when people come home from treatment after 30, 60, 90 days, 6 months, they go back into the same routine. And there's a big need to have a post-recovery program. And that's where we want to tie in and collaborate with all the relevant tribal and non-tribal programs that would allow us to team up and address the post-recovery services. And then some are pre-recovery. So we go into the schools, we go into the communities at the chapters, and basically let them know what some of our services are as we collaborate with the tribal and state and federal programs and the nonprofit, like the 630 hospitals. So that's kind of what the recovery center will be. And we did submit a proposal at the request of Chinle chapter for the recovery center in Chinle. And the first year under the ARPA funds, we wanted to request for a funding in the amount of $463,860. And the a good chunk of that, a good portion of that would be for the capital outlay, the renovation of the building, the facility for Chinle. The second year would be a 2-year funding. The second would be $315,868. And in meeting with the Office of the President, Vice President, they also looked at a number of recommendations. One was to maybe have the community of Chinle and Fort pursue like the Citizen Fund, if possible, or other sources like Indian Health Service or behavioral health, and ARPA as well. So I know that you have a long agenda today, and I understand the time that you have to address in each of these issues that you have on your agenda. And having worked with the council before in the tribe, I understand that the time is important, and especially with COVID, the way things are going, your time is very precious. And I just wanted to give you an overview. We submit the whole package to Mr. So. Everybody in Windrup basically has that, the appropriate departments. And what I think we are striving for is that we at Data Time Club now, since we reopened, we did not close during the COVID period. We were able to repurpose our program to where we're helping COVID patients. Some of our clients were stranded. You know, when the hospital flies them down to Phoenix, they had no way of getting back. So we had to improvise ways of getting people home, getting them situated so that families will be protected in the communities. So we kept the doors open. Now we're also helping with grief counseling for COVID families. Right now, we're probably serving about 1,500 people per month. And it basically, some are walking, some come from meetings. We have meetings every day, in the evenings, on weekends. We basically are open 24/7, and we have people on call to deal with a number of other issues. We work collaboratively with the tribal programs that are related to alcohol and substance abuse. And I just want to share that I think the collaborative part is really important. And the pre-treatment is where when a person comes in for help and we engage them into our 12-step AA program. And as a recovering person, you know, I went to that program at Data Time Club, and it allowed me to get back to my particular spiritual beliefs. And for me, you know, I'm giving back what I can with recovery of people. So when people come into our centers, we introduce them to the road of recovery through the 12 steps. Then we tell them that there's other areas where they may want to receive advanced treatment processes through working with behavioral health, Indian Health Service in the hospitals, where some do get sent out for treatment at various places across the reservation. And it would be nice to have treatment centers on the Navajo Nation or close by, preferably on Navajo, because we would then be able to employ Navajos. When they come back, there's the big test. There really is a big need for post-treatment. And right now we're getting people that come in from Chinle, Round Rock, Rainy Farms, Look at Your Guys, Saline, Pinion, you know, Steamboat, just all over. And they get the post-treatment services through the 12-step program. And for us, we strive to say that it's a family program. So the whole family has to eventually get into recovery after they see that their loved one that has this addiction is going into recovery. Then it moves into that the secondary family part of it. So I think that's something that we strive to want to impress upon the Navajo Nation, and especially with the last several years with this COVID pandemic, you know, it's even more harder. And with the lack of activities or lack of things happening, people tend to go out and start dealing with addictions with alcohol or drugs. And then there's a lot of grief involved with COVID. So that's kind of where we said we need to look at find ways of building recovery centers. The post treatment services is what is essential. And right now, Chinle is one area that we want to partner with our group in Fort Defiance. And it's like the trainer concept, where people come in, we train them, then you take it back out to their communities. And we will be doing the same thing in Chinle. We get the people that come in from Chinle and they're learning the recovery process, then they take it back out. And I guess the last part that I'll talk about is the major element that we see of a good success rate is getting is having your own facility. It's like having your own home. When you have your own home, you have some control over that. You can use it whenever you feel for certain activities, plans you can make. Now, a lot of these groups out there, they have to go and enter into agreements and get help from other like church for use of their facilities or the chapters. But there's time limits. But when you own your own building, you then basically have some control over that. You have some responsibility, and that's kind of what we have in Fort Defiance. So we have that we own the building, so we get to use it for a number of recovery programs. Chinle would be modeled after the way we do our program. And I always say that it's like I use the analogy of a wagon going down the road being pulled by two horses. One horse, in our case, would be the Daytime Club. The other horse would be the local recovery groups that are, whether they be alcohol or drugs. We have the Narcotics Anonymous groups, Al-Anon, by families affected by the alcoholic or the drug abuser. So those are the two main horses that pull the wagon, and then the rest of the people in recovery are in the wagon. So without seeing apanso, so we wanted to look at getting Chinle set up in that fashion. And then they would basically have their own group out there. The 2-year funding would be seed money, and then thereafter, our goal is to become more self-sufficient, where we would go after like grant funding from outside sources like the Gates Foundation to get renewable energy into the facilities. And next biggest cost after personnel is the utility costs, and that's where planning ahead we would try to get the renewables where it'll pay for itself, and then we'll do as a personnel cost. Eventually, the personnel cost will phase away because all the other services will be done on a volunteer basis, and it'll be a self-contributing program. So seed money is what we need to move ahead on it. So I want to share about that much at this time, and we do want to work with this committee as well as the full council, work with the appropriate tribal programs, in this case behavioral health, and really do a good recovery program for the whole nation. And but the area we would look at is probably in the post-treatment process that's really needed. And I, for one, having been in recovery for a number of years now, really believe that we do have a good success rate in our programs, because it takes an alcoholic, a recovering alcoholic, to help another alcoholic in recovery. Because it took an alcoholic, recovering alcoholic, to help me to get into recovery, and now I'm in return, I am doing the same with other people across the reservation. So I want to close with that, Shanai, Chairman So, and then the rest of the delegates. Koro, Shanat Aindan, Senigi, oh, Shaggy, the Shish, oh, Diego, that, would be that, you know, we do our prayers for you as our leaders and our Navajo Nation people. We'd be welcome. We would be welcome to or open to meeting with people, again, according to the COVID guidelines, and being cautious with all of that. So here we do that too. We do like our hybrid meetings. We get people that call as far away as New York, Canada, Denver. Just in the last year and a half, I've been working with a lot of our servicemen and women that are stationed out in. We had a lot of our Navajo people were in Afghanistan, and they were calling in, and we were working with them one-on-one. Since then, though, we did move back into Fort Bragg and back stateside. So, Aggie, it's just something that we feel that we're responsible to helping with, and with your help and your guidance, and we would get your support and move forward to helping our whole Navajo Nation. And our children really are the ones that benefit from the most. So I look at my family, Shashin, they're happy, Mr. Harjoya, that their father and their grandfather finally is getting into sobriety after all these years. And that's kind of where I'm at, Shantai. So I'm willing to answer any questions, entertain any questions that might be out there. Yeah.
Yeah, Lawrence, it's silly. Again, it brings joy. You have many days of sobriety. Okay. Committee members, you wish to make any statements or questions regarding that? The reason I'm allowed this presentation to be made to the committee is I think there was discussions in previous months behest of Honorable Eugene So about rehab centers and even the other allied efforts. Previously, there was I think a building that was identified needed to be renovated and to have a program started in that particular facility. So aside from the request for ARPA, the other services that are put forth by this group and from Fort Defiance reaching out to Chinle, then how do we, what would you say, have the group pollinate other groups within the chapters or communities that really would like these similar type services to be begun by the local community. So those are some things that my mind goes to. Committee members, do you have any questions?
Sure, this is Doug. Operational costs for the facility in Chinle on an annual basis? And then what are the potential funding sources for that? Are you thinking it'll be IHS or Medicaid, Medicare? Is there an anticipated need to fund it from the Navajo Nation budget? And because the process for pursuing ARPA funds is governed by CJY 41-21. And the committees really are not involved with I'd say the process until legislation is drafted. And we help facilitate and we can receive presentations and all of that. But I just want to make sure that you are also going to be that conforms with the process the council has set forward. So thank you very much, Chair.
Good laying of the process. Mr. Foster, you have the floor.
Shandai. Thank you, Delegate Slater. Oh, yeah. The operations costs, uh, we had submitted a packet, is like a mini proposal to the Trinity chapter and also to Mr. So. I'm not too sure if you don't, if you received any of those copies, but it outlines the proposal itself, the project, and also the budget breakdown for year one and year two. And there would be the startup costs. We envision that once we get the project up and running in Chinle, there's a small, like a renovation cost for Fort Defiance, in getting, for example, re-roofed the facility. We've done a lot of upgrades with outside funding sources through our nonprofit status and move to become self-sustaining after 2 or 3 years, which we are moving toward right now with our program at Fort Defiance. And eventually, once we get the facility fully, I guess, in operation where it's stabilized, then basically a lot of the work will be on a voluntary basis. To a greater extent, probably 60%. There will be a small portion where you would have personnel costs involved, and the President, Vice President Moore was recommending that we would work with Indian Health Service and quite possibly the hospitals and Medicare, Medicaid to seek alternative sources of operational fund on a limited scale. That would be something that would be looked at. But the idea is to eventually to get the facilities built and then become basically self-sufficient in providing the post-recovery services. Now, at Data Time Club, we're the nonprofit legal arm that would assist Chinle Recovery Center, and we would then assist Chinle community, the local group, to become self-establishing to where they would become a nonprofit, and then they would also move towards their own local community boards will be responsible for operating and maintaining that facility for their community. We envisioned that would be for a good part of Trinity agency. Initially, we had looked at, there was requests made of us to go also to Tuba City, then on to Kayenta, Shiprock, and Crown Point. And we said we would concentrate on where we thought was the greatest need, which was Chinle. Right now, we are working with Chinle in the area. Tuba City has some support from the Flagstaff area. Kayenta, basically, we have people that come in from Kayenta, and we give them as much help as we can. Shiprock goes to Farmington a lot. They go to San Juan County for their assistance, and then Crown Point kind of goes to Grants and to Gallup area. So, but now you're getting requests from communities like in Newlands, Sanders area. Pinion's also asking for a slimmer center, but we tell them that if we can identify and get some land, first of all, and then get a building in place, and then look at the local mechanics of how we can get those operational. So, in answer to your one of your questions is, we would be the entity to help Trinity get off the ground. We would then train them to where they would become self-sufficient. And if we do receive like ARPA funds, Indian Health Service funds, behavioral health funds, we know that there are grant applications that are out there, and that we would have to make sure that we're in compliance with the tribal accountability. And we would have in the proposal, like accountants doing our audits and making sure that every penny is accounted for. And then they would then, from that point, go out and seek funding from other sources, other foundations, for example, the Gates Foundation. So that's kind of where that's at, Mr. Slater.
Shouldn't Eugene So, can I have a word?
Oh, yeah, hey, Cecilia. Yeah, no, for joining the call. Official, Honorable Slater, is that, and basically, Mr. Foster presented me with the letter that he's referring to, and Miss Angelica Benali, I think, Xeroxed it and put it in your boxes. But I guess going forward, Miss Benali, if you could scan it, and that way it'll be available to the committee members.
Okay, I will. Thank you. I've also emailed Mr. Foster to send me a digital copy so that I can forward that to the committee members as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Eugene So, you have the conference floor.
I see so, yeah. To make the committee aware is either the Chris Kanashi, the Tablet House, or just on them. It while back when I recovered, we pursued that to get a big building on Hyundai's on, but that one building, the purpose for that one is for outreach, even for substance abuse. But the building belonged to the Catholic Hall, the Catholic church. But the funds were coming from the foundation, the Catholic Charities Foundation. Maintaining and the people that are taking care of the house. It was all mostly the volunteer from the brothers and the fathers and the sisters. The janitors at 18 in the so it's on the Catholic property, though, MOU saying we got a new father there, a Philippine, that so that's where this whole thing started. And AA group is a group again anywhere in the United States. If you look up a dictionary or the telephone dictionary, or if you look into your mail in your phone, you'll find out. Just get them where you're at, your location. They'll give you a meeting right off the bat. Meeting, so they might pick you up. AA group again. So we had a card on Saturday or the Hassan. Based on the had a donate in the Yado. So could and the Abazan donation so has only but that's only 8 again. Because has only best only Catholic Charities, the Synagogue Foundation, AP has only best actually don't see because Ireland take a use on Yonan Catholic. I was a counselor over there. The never just chin there or ever just chin the asset or the hasne. Because aden shenanigans. So okay, aden ke so many our Irish concert on the niche okay, the main aden go based on the John Nalka go nal on go. Side on and the as any best on the no go the report the 9 date on this link. Because funny, I can name their names now. One was Rudy Ray from Winslow. Ray look at the Gaji not crazy. Type brother term Asa not as in Nibiji shit cause it's anonymous, alcohol anonymous. So not as ARC wasn't there. I don't say not clear the RC Yegoyos, okay? I think not us. 80 couldn't she push it. So go 8 go been integrated houses. So the around the world and the banda Katayo ya days then days run up the snow and days only 1 week and that second now that I wasn't there to but the cargo. That's not the heck a densely I don't go at church or at 8 I don't know. I found out that I agree on much too much about that. I don't know nothing. According this, now I see get now is it any a county then to show the concert also although I been for net. I thought I seen the next side. John but no see a trailer keep it a other see churches none of this but none saint us aunt and get Melody asking no on the so the main thing about it was at all basically you see in get based on your had the turn and I don't see the big not electrical little plumbing that tell you the handles cut out the nose little hard and that all base trade out all need all the carded roofing that it all added in 1 year out on scale but I took double white or not the alcohol is out the base trade all inside of carded it out and general not so be not not you see get based on the turn that I don't know what the or for that one that not the higher data as for there is no a chapter which is it down out of the higher be not it is no a which is a she has no 80 could have the years or deep based on the how she done it he as he is in yon as I said the alcohol anonymous it or what I was they are big it is even now all the places that they meet has to be donated all on Shrange over to Honda is that usually the churches any kind of church accommodating that other than us course had see us go yati job has any go based on the fun yagi restriction but that tigi bin na hot ego to le ni hoko jo craig sa hot a credit ayo shot hasit and sonish kogo dana sabach it is as decided don't is recourse to this additional LDA which is on it so is she better how to think of crack but if we're going to have a different employment asati khishi yosh was okay a crapa hosen no sheba hazen go a base of shahin degi to the con bill was maintain is indo personality start okay ishi ba asati had $8 what I should go what on this because AA is not affiliated with any organization what AB has on AB had it has on even now go that's part of their big book beyond the car bills because has a bob on HG as a Yoshi now assassin on the as of course is choice even out of that take it caution now that Tani got other the Atlantis lane dead, you know, other in NASA it's around the world a big book there's no a big hayek has 12 step there's then a check on a yacharato that is that in the not that nationally Hishi a whole nation Hishi but that for that a bit advised a codo a so you had to have a sponsor to a hook at it in a what I thought are those spiritual sponsors that not I don't cannot in hate other arts is the cost of the arts is the case I don't not is Clinton holders not local a bit of colleges you know other got a very caution mean down because the art of the it's not that because one day at a time is not Asa Zino de Ben that art London, Lily, a quite days in our one day go. As cars here doesn't know, he's out of the today they want to stay sober today. That's how they do for 3 years in Islam, 30 days. So 8 one day at a time is Asa Zino that a cohort ask a other ask a cohort never just take the 12 step it's area the idea I engage in the cotton silver I don't know not so that's what Larry is doing and also these others that are pursuing this that's what they're doing 12 step in a should have even yet the cases door bases we need to get something besides jail and then they just go back out of and or say a merry-go-round. What I has we do need some in other words a recovery center about 18 to go it's another story go is there all has you see how that's not late others you see been yet okay check at us I don't the basket on this trailer quite young app is becoming bigger. I think we should wait on that on phone. Crash it or little open dot other country that has on not say it's not play. Big there's a bit volunteer this or a yard I put I volunteer I get that it all over. No way nothing the year I national now add in the maybe we can put some money in there for personnel on that list not social hazard or the or not social data any kind of paperwork what are just not preacher had I see it or urgent question you had or net or I got a base or I say send not could a piece not see a alle before pay none stone the stars there. You see it had it. But if you're going to go bigger area, you have to get very faster. I think the second phase. But this first thing that they're asking for is this trailer on the hospital. Niso the hospital and has on hospital needs a credit based on hand nation. A quite a day, what I go is I because a group down. She's a yes, sure. A quality later, no, I don't remember memorandum of agreement. I don't see what I in that. How does she pay for any change they did no, even a or price something I don't need. The deed, so there's no a chapter to wish but it seems that they went into it to make it into like a recovery center. In the first hand, the cat is on the Catholic land. Okay, so those authority restrictions of the husband. So this what they were asking for is to renovate the trailer so they can take care of it and they can have their meetings in there and they are a jailhouse. We go to jail and we talk to people over there or to the hospital, talk to people over there. As an AA group, you do attend meetings. So what I been a city. And we can lead any car we got a trailer, we want to renovate it, we want to push that thing again so we can have the meetings keep going again. So any further ones, bigger ones, we'll talk about that, along as we're talking along this line. Yeah, Larry, what I could not those members of the share all around it all. Thank you.
Okay, last Sicily. So Sicily. Thank you. Yeah, Peggy. The Nasigi ni Dato no. Yeah, committee members. Follow-up questions. Not the chair's open to hear a motion to accept.
Motion to accept report, Juanita.
Oh, Cecilia, yeah. Honorable Edison Wanika motions to accept the report. Chair recognizes the motion. Do I have a second?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater. I'll second the motion.
Yeah, Cecilia. Honorable Vice Chair, seconds the motion to accept the report. Any further question, discussion, committee members? Again, we'll, as we move forward, those ideas of a rehab center, this could be a good step toward that item that we had previously discussed on. So, with Ayla, committee members, if there's no further discussion, Cecilia, Mr. Larry Foster, out of Cecilia, Honorable Eugene, so.
Mr. Honorable Shinai, yeah, those guys for listening to us, and we can follow up with you guys later, or maybe once we meet with Health Department, IHS, and others, and keep moving forward on these recovery centers. So we'll keep you apprised, for listening to us, and we will need your support down the road. Thank you.
Oh, and I guess it's that for me, that's what you're in the trenches. You're in that task of dealing with folks that probably one of the bigger battles for people. But yeah, it's many times it's not rewarding. Nobody comes out to say thank you, but there's those aspects that we really have to deal with. Yeah, for what you do.
Shouldn't I, Mr. So, just last word, yeah. It is rewarding. It is rewarding when I see families getting into recovery, and when I see young children, when they first walk in, you can see the sadness in the children's eyes, in their voices. But man, you give it a couple of months, years of sobriety, you see those children, really opening up. Their eyes are bright. They're all excited, enthused. Some have even gone to high school and college. So that's the rewards that we get. So thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Appreciate those last words. Yeah. Committee members. There being none, let's go to Mr. Mose, a vote to accept the report. Roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
One vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika, green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, I vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. A vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. Miss Angelita Benali, the item 5C.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your report under 5C, the Bureau of Indian Education. And the presenter is Ms. Emily Arvizo, the Acting District Superintendent of the BIE Navajo area.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Ms. Emily Arvizo, are you on the call?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I did, for the record, I did send Ms. Emily Arvizo a Zoom invitation along with the agenda. And also yesterday afternoon, I did send her an email regarding the meeting today and that she was on the agenda regarding the schools. Thank you.
So, committee members? Miss Emily Arvizo. Going once. Going twice. 3 times. Committee members, the reason that this was put on the agenda was at the behest of Honorable Edmund Yazzie, where he had been notified by a parent within his district, the RU, and regarding the Baka Tloayaja Community School. The Baka Tloayaja Community School has Baka, Casimiro Lake, the RU, Smith Lake, and perhaps Casimiro Lake in their enrollment boundaries. So that's, and I had written the email that they would be on the agenda to Miss Arvizo, and I had even included Miss Sharon Pinto out of the Washington BIE office. So, committee members, that's, and then of course, Miss Angelita Benali, president of the Navajo Nation Board of Education. He represents the whole area in that Eastern Agency representative. She had also relayed that she made a visit to the school and a new principal that had started, I guess, this school year, basically had written a memo to her. And Miss Priscilla Benali, are you on the call?
Oh, yeah, Asia.
Oh, yeah, Asia. Just as a follow-up, since we don't have Miss Arvizo on the call, could you basically give us a recap of what you had put in the email?
Oh, Yate, Priscilla Benali with Navajo Nation Board of Education. Just like Shajaz said, I represent Eastern Agency on the Board of Education, and I've been trying to make my way around the schools that I represent. Of course, due to COVID, we weren't able to do that, but now since some of the schools are opening back up, I'm making an initiative to try to see how the schools are. And I started off at Baca. I did also was invited later on that afternoon to attend a special meeting with the Board of Education members from Baca. So I figured I would try to do two things at once since I was in that area. I did walk into the school and the principal did meet with me. You can tell she, well, to me, she was kind of agitated just because, I think I don't know where she was at, but they called her for me. I did meet with her. I told her the reasoning why I was there. I wanted information of the from parents, what was given to parents on the reopening plans in case of exposure, what are the protocols, just the information that we usually ask at Doty or any other school that I represent. I also wanted to know about the enrollment. How was enrollment? Has it, of course, with COVID, a lot of them have decreased. Also, the mandates or the policy BIE has on their mask and also vaccination for staff. We did talk, those were some of the things that I was mentioning. She told me that she could not release any information due to approval was needed before from management. She did contact during our discussion. She did contact Mr. McIntosh. And during the discussion with Mr. McIntosh, again, I told him why I was there. He did provide me some information that I was looking for, and he did inform me and the principal that information of my request would come via email. I have not received any information. I did receive a letter back from the principal, and in her letter, she just, as Shajaz said, it stated that that they did submit the reopening plans to Doty from Baca Tloyaja Community School, and that currently all visitors are restricted from Baca Tloyaji School. And during my request, I asked if I could do a walkthrough of the school to see how the ventilation is, if there's any HIPAA vacs, or, there's a lot of accommodation that I've seen in different schools that I visited. So I wanted to see how their layout was, how they parked in their bus, and just entering the school. And they told me that they could not accommodate me to do that. I was supposed to come back Friday, September 3rd, which was okayed by the principal, but then later on she told me I couldn't come back. And then I asked her if the information I was requesting would be sent. She said yes. Again, I'm not looking for what was submitted to Doty. I am looking for what is submitted to parents. I think that it's important information that this reopening plan and transportation issues, or like I said, outbreaks, that all that information be provided to parents in layman's terms. And I think that's why I was adamant about getting those documentation of what was presented to parents. I did hear complaints previously that there was no information that was provided to some parents. And I thanked her for my visit. I thanked the staff for, it was nice to see everybody. My mom do Haystack date naga do she ari out and from Haystack to Pruitt to Casimiro to Theroux. So I know a lot of the people that work there. They're related either by clan or by blood. So it's nice to see them at the school. I did sense some uneasiness. Like usually they would, I don't know, maybe it's because of COVID, but they would be more friendlier and more hugs, and everybody was kind of standoffish. I then went to the meeting that I was invited to, and I asked where the meeting was, and they told me that it wasn't there. So I sent a quick text and I found out that it was at the chapter house. So when I got there, there was a meeting by a special school board meeting that was housed at the chapter house outside. There were some parents there. There were many concerns, several concerns, and all the officers were in attendance. Also, Jordan with the BOSBA, Jordan at City with the BOSBA was also present. There are concerns about disruption of their children's education, also safety protocols. I told them I can't entertain, we shouldn't entertain information on personnel because we're not able to do that. But there were other concerns about what I mentioned. Also, some parents were more upset that there was a lot of disrespect to our elders and themselves when they were addressing the principal there. BACA board did inform me that they during the interview process disapproved of this individual, and they didn't want to hire her, but Navajo area overturned the board and hired her. And then just recently, the board of BACA did not renew her contract. And again, it was said by the BACA school board members that their decision to not renew was overturned again. They hear the concerns of their community as elected officials for the school board, and that was their wishes of what was being said among their community. They did tell me that there's a resolution from the BACA school board that will be sent to Navajo Board of Education. There's also a couple of chapter resolutions, one from, I believe, Casimiro Lake, and we're in the process of getting one from Theroux. There's also a petition going around to remove or reassign the principal from community members that have taken that initiative. I did hear of discussion during the special school board meeting that I attended. I don't know if Mr. Atsiti is on listening in, if he wants to provide any additional information. Shajat, you did mention Council Delegate Edmund Yazi. He did reach out to me last week about another grandparent that was very concerned of lack of information that was being presented. I did call her and talk to her on the phone, and I reiterated, that we need to see why there's not that transparency from the BIE or BIE recognizing the Board of Education or the school board officers with their recommendations. The other thing I wanted to mention was there are internal grievances that are happening from the staff. The concern that I know that's always an issue is a lot of our parents are not getting information through, they call it Class Dojo. It's a way of communicating, and kids are getting their lessons, and the teachers do their lessons on Class Dojo, and you can also send messages on there. When there was an outbreak, the first outbreak, that exposure that happened, there was a lot of confusion, because I think individuals like the principal think, oh, well, we'll just send an email and everybody will get it. As you all know, we have parents that don't receive emails. Some of them are being raised by their grandparents, and they don't have emails. They don't have cell phones that have that capability. So there was that technology barrier that happened that was very confusing to a lot of our families, because bus drivers were told not to pick up students. So parents were waiting and they didn't have that email. So I think better communication, letters. I know previously they used to send letters, actual letters home to parents by the bus drivers, used to deliver each to every household. The second incident that happened with students getting exposed was a lot better. And I think from a lot of the parents that were concerned and verbally brought out their concerns to the principal, help alleviate that. But I know there are several informations and statements that have been made about the difficulty in the principal's relationship with parents. And I think that I'm thankful that for Council Delegate Yazi and Shaja for bringing this out, because I think we need that transparency. As you all know, even as a Board of Education member for the nation, and also working with Dodie, it is very hard to work with the BIE. There's lack of communication there in statistics, in data, and we need to break those barriers down, because our children do go to school there, and we really would like to have a better bridge of communication with BIE. So I'm thankful. I wish they were here to also update. Yes, they may have those reopening plans at Dodie, and I appreciate that. But I think the thing is, what about the communication with the parents? We need to have that communication there. So I thank Shaja for giving me this time to voice my concerns of the community the communities, excuse me, that I represent in that area of the Baka Tloyaji Community School. I thank Shaja.
Oh, yeah, Yazi, for bringing these issues again to the committee. It is, there has to be a partnership between the parents, the community, with the school. Committee members, how do we proceed to get a report from the acting district department director with the Bureau of Indian Education, Navajo area? Committee members, Mr. Mose, could you put the BNF microphone on mute? Committee members?
Chair, this is Delegate Slater.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. You
So
have the
just,
floor.
thank you, Shania. Just to confirm, this is a BIE direct administration school, right?
Yes.
Okay. Chair, I mean, you asked a question. I think the honest answer is one of the best ways to get control of these institutions is to 638 the area office administrative responsibilities so we can perform enforcement and have oversight over them from both the Board of Education and the HES committee. But one feature or something we need to look into now is to get, you know, a public health or medical opinion from the Navajo Nation government. And I think with this report, we should be requesting the number that's ending in 751. Can you please mute your phone? The starts with 928, ends in 751. Please mute your phone. We should be asking the I don't know. I don't want to say this is kind of all over the place. It seems like there's a whole host of issues that agree the leadership overall to respond, and it's kind of hard to get these all into discrete issues without a more thorough investigation report. But Chair, I guess I'd like your guidance and leadership on how and if we should be doing something. On the action-oriented side, I think we should just, you know, write a letter or a memo to health, so real medical or public health advisement, and, you know, an update on what is being conformed with on the public health orders. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think what, again, just to reinforce what you're saying, it's a multi-level issue. And just the fact that as the committee that has oversight has first almost shoulder-to-shoulder relationship with the Bureau of Indian Education. They're not on the call. And the way that they've reorganized the BIE, there's a district superintendent, Mr. McIntosh. He doesn't find it to be a matter of a tribal federal relationship issue to be on this call. And it's a little bit, I guess, the proper word is they're not being accountable. One, especially at the local level, accountable to the parents, accountable to the community. By not basically reporting how they're handling this issue. So, Mr. Abeda, are you on the call? Mr. Haven, are you on the call? How do we best proceed? Ms. Barbara, how do we best address getting a federal agent to report to an oversight committee? Would they also have to be subpoenaed? Ms. Bobroff, Mr. Beta, Mr. Haven.
Shaja, if I can make another comment also, please.
Oh, Ms. Benali.
Thank you, Shaja. Vice President Slater, I agree with you on the 638. As you all know, when we even started the COVID first started and came to our nation, BIE was another one that we really had trouble with to close their school down. When that executive health order came out, we tried everything we could to have them abide by that health order or by the president's order, executive order to shut down schools. And I think it was very difficult for us as Navajo Nation Board of Education to see why we were so adamant about that. And they were the last ones to close their doors due to the COVID. So I agree with you on that. The other thing I wanted to say is, with the DOTI program, if there is a complaint like this, as you all know, with the tribally operated schools, that if more than 10, I think it's 5 or 10 community members get together, there's a little investigation that DOTI goes in and does. I don't know if that's something we can do with this for BIE schools. It seems like they're always their own separate entity and they want to stay separated, even though they're servicing our children, our Navajo children. And I really think that communication and the barrier needs to improve by them. But as I said, I don't know if there's anything like that we can do as we do with tribally operated schools. If there is a complaint and their community members get together and do a write-up and have 10 signatures, 5 or 10 signatures, then we do an investigation on that school through DOTI. Thank you, Shaja.
Madam Chair, this is Derek Franklin. Can I provide some insight? Or excuse me, Mr. Chair, apologize. I'm so used to addressing Ms. Benali. Mr. Chair, may I provide some insight?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. As President of the Navajo Nation Board of Education stated, Ms. Benali, we do have a Navajo Nation school intervention policy. So in my experience working with the BIE, if there are concerns from community members or school personnel that have issues regarding school, they will submit their concerns in writing, and then we would then forward over to the BIE as they have their own protocols that they need to follow. If they do not provide or investigate the situation, then we would contact the Office of the President to implement our intervention policy. As many times the BIE has stated to us that they work government relationship. In this case, they have selected the Office of the President and Vice President. So we would first initiate a conversation with the BIE, with Emily Arvizo and her team, for them to investigate the concerns. They will then provide a report back to the Navajo Nation Superintendent, as well as the Navajo Nation Board of Education and the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Committee members, do we invoke that particular? And I'm kind of take offense to just the aspect the Bureau of Indian Education has chosen the office of the president in the tribal federal relationship. As I stated many times, the Navajo Nation is the only three-branch government out of 574 sovereign nations. And in that aspect, the Navajo Nation is the governing body, and the responsibilities are delegated to the oversight committees. And the Navajo committee is the one that makes the Navajo Nation position. Previously, I had asked Speaker and Ms. Bob Roth, Office of Legislative Counsel, to basically either write a letter or draft legislation to basically say committees who have policy authority are the ones that also should be included in the consultation. Committee members, how do you wish to proceed?
Chair, I would motion to accept the report and request from the Department of Education to consult with the Department of Health and provide a written recommendation to the committee on how to move forward with the option. I guess this is through the president's office. I don't think there's anything that prevents our committee from initiating this and seeing it through, but I'm sure that we can figure out a way to work with the president and get him to hold Doty accountable. I mean, sorry, Doty, hold the BIE accountable. And I know that Dr. Jim has conveyed further issues or concerns about how the state public schools are also complying, or all schools on the Navajo Nation are complying with the public health emergency orders. And part of it was the reporting. And then I think the other aspect was, the reopening plans and making sure it was all going through smoothly. So I guess the second part of that would be asking for an update on reopening from Doty and from the Department of Health so that we can get an update as policymakers on how that's being implemented.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair. That's your motion?
Mr. Chair?
Oh, Shania.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Miss Angelita Benali.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. I agree with Mr. Slater's motion, but I would also stipulate that absent the Bureau of Indian Education, Ms. Arvizo's, she was absent. So there was no report from the BIE, but just for the record, indicating that there was no report from BIE, if you're going to move forward in accepting this section and then give the directives to that were mentioned to Doty. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Okay, Chair, I guess first I'll motion to amend the agenda to add the report from Ms. Benali and then also Mr. Franklin, because I think that information was relevant on our course of action. And then after we add that on, I'm going to motion to accept the report, but the report from the education, but I'll be voting red on that report. So unless, Chair, you advise that we should just delete it from the agenda, I think we should recognize that they were a no-show and vote red against it.
Okay.
Chair,
Yeah.
Chair, members of the committee, and good morning or good afternoon to everyone. This is Edmund Yazi. I am on call, okay? I was on Smith Lake's planning meeting. I just dropped their call, and I was told that the topic of the Baca and Onyaja School, it's been being talked about. So I'm online, Chair, okay, sir?
Thank you, Honorable Edmund Yazi. FYI, the email that you got a copy of from last Friday, BIE acting department director did not give us a report. Committee members and Ms. Benali, let's handle this. The one we called to the floor, Ms. Emily Arvizo, a motion that there was no report. Nobody from BIE presented. After we vote on that, then we'll suspend the floor rules to add the report from President of the Navajo Nation Board of Education, Ms. Priscilla Benali, and Dodie staff member Derek Franklin. And then we'll vote on their report too. Committee members. Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, you amend your motion?
So I'm amending it to indicate on the agenda that the BIE was a no-show. And then we'll add on, or is this a two-part? Are there two motions or is this a single motion?
I would say two-part motion to add Ms. Benali and Mr. Franklin's reports.
Okay, so the first motion I'll make is to indicate on the agenda and in the journal and the record that the BIE did not show up on this matter. And then I'll make a motion thereafter.
Honorable Halona, you second?
I second that, Chair.
Thank you. First motion really doesn't need no discussion. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Me. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Thank you, Mr. Mose. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, I'll motion to amend the agenda to include a presentation from Ms. Benali and from Mr. Franklin regarding one, Ms. Benali's look or investigation into the COVID response from the schools, from this school, and then some of the other, I'd say, community concerns related to the administration of the school and the management. And then within the report also was an explanation of the intervention policy and how the Bureau treats the Navajo Nation on a government-to-government basis from Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Slater. Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Committee members, do I hear a second?
Second, Halana?
Okay. Yes, second to the motion. Any further discussion? Okay. Thank you, committee members. Mr. Franklin, if you could also furnish a spreadsheet to show which schools have submitted what was it? Their reopening and then also their intervention and their closing procedures. That would also be very helpful. Gives us a snapshot view of, and it's very shareable with the rest of the 24 members of the council. Thank you. Committee members. There's no other comments, questions, or discussion. Mr. Mose, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. And let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The chair not voting. Thank you. Miss Angelita Benali. Item, I guess we're back to 5B again, since we eliminated 2 items from the agenda. The next
Yes.
report.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee.
All
we have
right,
your-
Chair, point of order.
Yes.
So I believe we added on the report from Ms. Benali and from Mr. Franklin.
Oh, yeah.
But
Okay.
we need to vote on their on accepting their report now, and then we can include that directive that we were talking about earlier.
Okay. Thank
Yes,
you.
that's correct. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Committee members. we vote on the motion to add the 2 items to the agenda and to accept the report. Excuse me, to accept the report.
Chair, I'll motion to accept the report, and then within that, direct the Department of Diné Education to consult with the Department of Health and produce a report on the implementation of the reopening plans and schools' conformance with the public health emergency orders. And then specifically on the Doty side, to provide some recommendations on moving forward with getting BIE to the table to address the implementation of the reopening guidelines. Of course, that includes the responses, which is what we're addressing here. And I think that's it, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for setting me straight. That's a good point of order. I'll recognize the motion.
Second by Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, Shay, thank you for seconding the motion. Any further discussion? Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Chair, a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. 4 in favor. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and the chair not voting. Ms. Benali, the next item on the agenda.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the next item on the agenda is under 5, Report E. It's the Department of Diné Education Office of Diné Accountability and Compliance regarding the Shanto Preparatory Investigation Report. And second, the school's reauthorization for operation for the summer, as of the summer of 2021. Presenters
Thank
are
you.
Mr. Derek Franklin. All right, thank you.
Mr. Derek Franklin, Ms. Levida Maestas, and Ms. Patricia Ghani. Who will go first?
Again,
Members of Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Good afternoon. So as is listed in the agenda today, we are providing a report related to Shanto Preparatory's investigation report. If I may take you back, aware of a number of issues that were registered with Department of Diné Education, more specifically Office of the Accountability and Compliance Department. And we do have staff on the call here, Ms. Maestas, and then also Mr. Franklin, who have been working in concert with leadership from Shanto Preparatory School. So you will hear a high-level report from those investigative findings today. Furthermore, a concerted effort that has begun with Shanto Preparatory leadership to institute some remedial strategies so that we can empower the school to operate in a manner that they have cordial working relationships with all of their stakeholders within the community of Shanto. So for this, we are very grateful. It has been some time for the process to take hold. However, we are here today to provide you some of these updates. Again, Chairman, so di ultrabi idest in dona as ka igi shin kwa igi be ishtan na huilne do lahtije. Ado we were on a call with the Shanto leadership. Eight qui community members not ani dan linigi islahanta aslele ilto ajibisinta hosilne ilto. De bihashiyo ninigi ilto lato yikihadzi. So we do have a corrective action plan in education and then also being implemented by Shanto Preparatory School. So we will continue to solicit input from all various stakeholders to inform that corrective action plan. Kodo eya hanso she eya ban yaltito eya bahafzi ne. So we are here today to provide the report. Chairman, so thank you.
Oh, yeah. Ms. Gandhi, for giving us the overview. Mr. Derek Franklin, you have the teleconference floor.
I can't. Of Shanto Preparatory School. There were a total of 6 allegations that we investigated. I provided you the copy of the report in its entirety, as well as the recent events that took place at Shanto, and that was a memo due to events that took place that circled around substance abuse on campus. And the first allegation, as stated in my report, was substantiated as the school board failed to investigate the situation. And it's because there were investigations that transpired. There was an incident report that was filed by their security in regards to the situation that occurred on October 15th. So that was the first allegation as reported as unsubstantiated. Excuse me, substantiated. Allegation number 2 was again a violation of policies as per their policy. Allegation substantiated due to violation of the policy. Allegation number 4 was circled around the implementation of the CDC policies that included the school reopening plan and the lack of distributing the plan to staff for the protection of the staff and the students. And this was reported as unsubstantiated, as the evidence that was provided to us was the draft school reopening plan, and it was in a draft form. So therefore, the school board had not taken action to approve the school reopening policy to distribute to school personnel as well as community members. Allegation number 5 was unsubstantiated. That was the only one, the only allegation that was unsubstantiated. And this circled around documents that were reviewed were school board minutes, and the school board minutes were very vague as to who they appointed as the business manager and the accountant, or the business manager rather. So hence there was no evidence of that indicated that the interim superintendent was appointed in these 2 positions. Allegation number reported as unsubstantiated, as there was around harassment and bullying towards staff members, moving staff members to different positions without giving him the proper notification. There was evidence through interviews that allegations that were investigated, and in conclusion, according to the school intervention policy, once items have been substantiated, a corrective action or a plan of action needs to happen between the Department of Education and the Shanto Preparatory School. That was conducted in 2 various meetings that took place. The corrective action plan, it was decided that the Shanto Preparatory Governing Board needed to approve this corrective action plan so that they can implement the corrective action plan. This report was also provided to the Navajo Nation Board of Education on Thursday, August 5th. As Superintendent Donnie stated, the Shanto chapter area. So, Mr. Chair, this concludes my report. regarding Shanto Preparatory School.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Committee members, do you have any questions for Mr. Franklin? If not, then we'll go to the second part of the report. But thank you, Mr. Franklin, Ms. Mayes.
Sure.
Honorable Vice
Thank
Chair
you.
Slater.
Is this, I apologize, is there a written report that was made available to the committee?
Mr. Chair, there was a written report that was sent out on Friday, a little after 5 o'clock. It was sent to, I forget her name, the individual that wrote
To Benali.
Okay, I found the email traffic now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I resent the email.
Okay, thank you.
So Chair, I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. So I want to make sure I heard this correctly, because I thought I heard unsubstantiated a few times. Was there only one allegation that was unsubstantiated and the rest were substantiated? And then second, so it's here, it says on September 3rd, Shanto Prep governing board members approved the cap to ensure the school and school board abide by the cap. And I would like to know, because some of these allegations are related to the conduct of board members, how you address that in these situations. It's, I think, kind of unique to have an elected official being told what to do by an administrative official. I mean, I'm kind of characterizing in a certain way. I would like to hear more about that process and how it goes. I mean, this committee was definitely subjected to some very, I don't know what to say, inarticulate criticism, or I mean, just really nonsense from, I don't know if it was the chair of the board or someone else who told us that we were micromanaging this situation and that we should buzz off and stay out of, her school board. So with these substantiated claims, I think it legitimates what the committee was engaged in and the worthiness of this process and the reason we have the intervention policy and this program that you head up. But I'd like to hear more about that. And then, I think they were perhaps emboldened by a colleague who doesn't represent this community who is intervening in this issue too. So, the more political our school board governance is, the more it invites these sorts of politicization of management and of addressing these issues. So I'd like to hear from you, Mr. Franklin, on that matter.
Thank you. substantiated. In terms of when allegations become substantiated, we discuss with the school board how this can be corrected. And so, for example, for allegation number 6, basically treatment of school personnel, to remedy the situation, as we did with other schools, is for the school board to be mandated to retake the Robert's Rules of Order training of how to conduct their meetings when an elected individual becomes disruptive or vocal negatively. So that's one way that we remedy the situation. We also, in regards to the violation of the policies, we explain to the school board that they would need to understand with clarity the policies that currently exist at the school. So they would have their attorney, if they choose, to provide training on their policies and procedures and so forth. So, and then for staff to follow the chain of command. Situation. I hope that answers your question, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Honorable Vice Chair, do you have follow-up?
No, Chair, not at this time. Thank you. I may after the second part of the presentation.
Anybody else have questions? If not, then the chair has a question. Mr. Franklin. It was presented to the committee before that the each of the school board members throughout the Navajo Nation sign a code of conduct statement. Are those on file for each of the school board members?
Yes, sir. We obtain. Yes, we do.
Have that, their oath as well as that code of conduct, and they also signed on to acknowledge the ethics in government law, that they've received training in that.
Yes, sir. That was part of the. Yes, I believe the the timeline that was established through the corrective action plan was agreed upon by October 1st.
The Robert's Rules of Order. You almost have to have a parliamentarian to interpret Robert's Rules of Order. And then through their own bylaws, they will use in their conduct of their meeting. Was that reviewed with the school board as they are duly incorporated?
Yes, sir, that was.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, any further discussion? And I guess in Ms. Ghani, when you present it to the governing board and to the chapter governing board, I can't remember their exact name. Was there any response from them? And did they accept the report and the corrective actions?
Mr. Chair, this is Ms. Maestas. I can answer that question.
Go ahead, Ms. Maestas.
The CAP plan was presented to the board, and on September 3rd, during their duly called meeting, they approved the plan. And so thereafter, they were instructed they have to immediately begin to implement the plan that was approved. So up to October 1st. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Maestas.
Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, Che, Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Che, Chair of History Committee. I did listen in on the meeting last evening, down to governing board or governing chapter. Ako ADG atid nedo basya at ita. Ola has tango aki hoti tango has lago o tzi ni go go na ska dun na to do not anisha akwagi la to don siada eta de do siada eta. And in his own words, I am very disgruntled about it. Okay. Well, that's a see. First, and not le. Which another chief art. Junne. Nachalchune e bandit ingos. Nachalchune e ya. Basit. The do basit. What hage e hajo. We don't ask me some. But did I need a kihoti ahagibana stella? A cod old ajo, a natle. Bonabis or me, a quagidollar yet eta. Dodi, the echo has any baby, has any ki. Abba ward then, Junna. Ada, former council delegate. Not for the corrective action. Idea, Consulala,
Alit ego. Kunzagin na hashish over a year. Kot ego iyan alkato hastedo nisanitso. Ko kat aj baho jish kati ya pikitne thala ko in hisahuilne. Nisito ni to ko da o tse na to to nenta is ido obchen il a. Pas entle. Na to tanil ido les. Hun kita tanit yo hastedo tlis o hatne ko. Dunne ko ide ya behatis dinsa. Dat hodo ya nat asa yana zingi kot ego yakila for my colleagues on HESI committee in $6,000 bini ye kodo kot ego ibe hasti dole. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for participating in that call. And I guess that was what I was asking for. What was the chapter that the alternative form of government, that the council, what was their reaction? And I'm glad you brought that input. Thank you. I see. Yes. It's concerning. Oh,
Chair Wanika.
Cecilia, Honorable Wanika, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and
You have to unmute, Cecilia. Honorable Wanika, you have the teleconference floor. Mr. Mose, is Mr. Wanika in the BNF conference room? Miss Benali, can you hear?
No, I can't, but let me go check.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Angelita Benally. I did go to the BNF conference room and Mr. Wanika was making a statement. However, I think the intercom, the telephone intercom malfunctioned. But Mr. Mose is trying to correct it right now.
Thank you, Ms. Finale.
Chairman So?
Yes. Who is this on the line?
Yeah, he's trying to redial in.
What's that?
Mr. Chair, this is Angelita Benally. I think the intercom it malfunctioned and Mr. Mose is redialing to dial back in.
I'm muted. I'm not muted.
Hello, Chair, can you hear me?
Oh, now we can. Mr. Mose, yes.
Okay, I'll give it back to Honorable Wanika.
Chair, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. I bet
Hey.
that was a beautiful speech you were giving, but we didn't hear it. Okay, let's try again.
Okay, thank you, Chair, members of the committee, and thank you, Franklin, for the report you gave. And I was saying that I am still concerned about this, the situation with the Shantou School. And I'm very, especially I'm very concerned about what you told us about the treatment of school personnel by the school board. I think this has just gotten very political and makes it hard for Doty to directly address it because of the politics involved. And I agree with what the Honorable Paul Begay is saying too. I really feel that right now, going by policy without getting all the information is going to be really hard. Because I think the school personnel have a concern that they're not really expressing because of they're hesitant because of retaliation that's age and that's decisions. So when we went to the other school, like Kayenta, we were very direct about our position. And as we went into executive session with the school administration and then the school board and also the community members that were concerned, we had a real good discussion with them. We came to a conclusion and we found out exactly what the problem was. I don't think we've done this with this one. We just kind of got information. So my recommendation is to go back over there and meet with the school administration and kind of go into executive session again and really be more direct about our concerns. This is the corrective action. So my recommendation, Chair, is to go back to Shanto Prep and meet with the school again. Thank you, Chair.
Don't know who that was.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. Somebody mute your
Can you
phone.
put this on the table?
Somebody mute your phone. You were trying to whisper, but we heard something. Committee members, with regard to that, yeah, that's why I was asking if the school board was reminded of their code of conduct statement. You remember when the Navajo Nation Board of Education was sworn in? Almost immediately, they signed their code of conduct statement, and they went through their own ethics and government law training. So it's not above what is required from everybody else. So committee members, if Paul Begay and Honorable Paul Begay and Honorable Edison Wanika wish to do that, then you could also place a motion at the end of our agenda to do that. And if not, you could do it now. Whatever serves your intent purpose. But I agree with you. There has to be that face-to-face meeting. Again, we establish a precedent by meeting with the board, the administration, the staff, the parents, and the community. When we went to Rough Rock Demonstration School. After we left, then there was those items that we had addressed, it all came out. And now the school is on a different path. So up to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Franklin, Ms. Maestas, and Ms. Galani. We could do that with a motion. Once the other second part of this report is done, that's when we could motion to accept the report and schedule a meeting with Shanto Preparatory School. In that regard, then let's just go to the second part of the report. Mrs. Gani, Mr. Franklin, Ms. Maestas, the second part of the report. You have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. At the request of Mr. Chair, so I did put together 20 determine the number of years of reauthorization. The first is the financial status of the school using their most recent audit, in this case, ending 2020. We also use academic data, because they hadn't become before the board. They hadn't come before the board in 2019, because they were given 2 years of reauthorization. So when they came before the board this year, we used their 2019 data for reauthorization. And that's why you see that highlighted in yellow. Now, did they meet academic proficiency? Using the data of 2019, they did not meet academic proficiency, the ones in the yellow. If you look at the column that's marked audit ending 2020, that was the audit determinations in the 2 areas of financial statements and Fed rewards. They had completed applications with the exception of 1 school. That's Nutnilgene Jeoltka, Orion School, because they still have not submitted their audit ending 2020. We've been working with Nutnilgene over the past 6 months to ensure that they will submit their audit before they go before the board on August 7th. So Friday, an update audit and with their audit or their academics. So that's what we provided you, as well as their PowerPoint submission where they presented their school information to the Board of Education. So this is a summary spreadsheet of the 26 schools that were reauthorized, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. It's very concerning for me, and it was addressed at the chapter meeting on Sunday. So there was assurance that the audit report would be submitted by the end, I think it's what is the last day of the week, the 17th. But we don't know the contents of the audit findings. So thank you, Mr. Franklin. Again, the spreadsheet gives us a good snapshot of the status of the 638 contract schools and public law 297 grant schools. But our focus is academic.
As Richfield Residential Hall, they had a perfect audit with no findings. And these two schools have worked very hard over the years to have perfect audits.
As well as the Richfield High School administration, as well as the president of Snow College and the individuals that run the programs where the Richfield student can take certificate training. It was a very good visit, and a matter of public record. The Richfield High School also administers the 638 funds as well by Public Law 107, 110. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Edison Wanika, was that the proper citation of that? So they do get the 630 funds through the school administration, public school administration, for use by Richfield Dormitory based on the ISEP formula. And that was very significant information. Mr. Cody Workman was supposed to have sent us the specific information regarding that. Thank you. Committee, do you have any statements?
This is Delegate
what is stated within the delegation of authority is to use the most recent academic data available to determine the reauthorization. Because there were no high stakes assessments given the summer of 2020, there was no data. So basically, we only had to use the audit to determine their reauthorization. Marked in yellow, with the answer being no, they did not meet academic proficiency, and to where we used their 2019 high stake assessments to determine their reauthorization. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Honorable Slater, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I think it was on my end. I didn't catch the last part where you said, so I assume you used the 2019 data for all of them, but then is there a way to reflect what the performance is for all of these schools, or is that not? I'm just trying to get a better picture here, because, and then also, again, can you refine what that means? That the yellow means that there was no 2019 data either?
Yes, sir. For all the 26 schools, rather for all schools BIE funded, there was no high stake assessments given for summer of 2020 due to the school closures. So given the language within the delegation of authority, we used, it basically states the most recent academic scores to be used for reauthorization. The reason why the Board of Education. So since the 2019 data was already used and we didn't have the 2020 data, we just used the audit report to determine their reauthorization. Now, for the schools that are highlighted in yellow, they previously were given 2 years of reauthorization. For example, Zithnao Dithli Community School, they came before the board in 2018 to be reauthorized. They were given 2 years of reauthorization. So at that time, we used the most current data, which allowed them to receive 2 years. So when they came to the Board of Education this past summer, we used their 2019 data because it had never been reported to the Board of Education. So that was the most recent one, according to the delegation of authority, to which we used for reauthorization. And the question was, did they make academic proficiency in the year 2019? The answer was no. Does that explain your question?
And you also track proficiency
have other questions?
Jack, this is Priscilla. Can I add to the comment?
Read on the Department of Health website under Health
Yes,
Advisory.
Miss Priscilla Benali.
Thank you, Shaja. I just wanted to say, can you hear me? I just saw that I got muted again.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Shaja, thank you, and HESI members, I appreciate your questions and your concerns. I just wanted to mention and say and thank our DOTI staff and for all the schools that did this reauthorization, and also to my colleagues that are on the Board of Education. You know, this was a task that we do every year, but it's also very time consuming, and the documentation that's involved to fulfill these reauthorization is incredible. And I just would literally like, I mean, there's many entities from Navajo language and culture to academics to Cognia. And, you know, it's just so many different things that entails in this reauthorization. And we're very thankful. We kind of took a twist in this. We kind of changed it also. DOTI used to do the presentation on this reauthorization, but we put that back in the hands of the school. And we said, this is your school. You guys need to do the presentation. So each of them developed a PowerPoint presentation to implement the requirements that we wanted in that PowerPoint presentation. So it was meaningful, a lot more meaningful to the schools to present. They provided pictures of their school. The IT department is to make this all transparent for our parents also. We do have some parents that are asking us, how is our school doing in Greasewood or Mini Farms or Rough Rock? And they don't have access, even though they're public documents, they don't have access to this kind of information. But they hear stuff out there, like what's happening in schools. You know, what's wrong with the audit? You know, how come you guys are questioning the audit? The audit's a public document, and we need to continue to have that transparency so parents can see what's happening and also hold their schools accountable or praise their school on doing a wonderful job. We, like Derek mentioned previously, we've got some schools that have beautiful audits and they have great business managers that keep their school on track. So I just wanted to mention that, and thank you for continuing your insight and your recommendations. We always appreciate those kind of recommendations to better our programs, and also as the Navajo Nation Board of Education. I know that we're really looking at seeing where we can strengthen some of the like what we were talked about earlier, the 638 and DSAP and stuff like that. So we're very thankful for that. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Shaja, Chair, and also to the HESI committee and to our staff.
Any members, any follow-up questions? Thank you, Ms. Benali. Yeah, Lancy, yes. Mr. Franklin, the academic press. That
For the Bureau operated schools on Navajo, they do not.
Okay, thank you. Miss Angelita Benali, I guess with the previous items that we outlined regarding Bureau of Indian Education, I think that that's one definite really need to get information on. Is Mr. Chattabeta on the call? Mr. Ron Haven.
Yeah, the chair, she doesn't chat a beta though, Ron Haven listening in on the call.
Oh, yeah, that's a I guess from the chair's perspective, we need to write a letter to Mr. Tony Dearman and his assistant, Ms. Sharon Pinto, to provide certain information. And one of them is what Mr. Franklin just outlined, and whatever they use to measure academic progress in Bureau operated aspect.
A follow-up question, and then I also, I guess, the director when we motion to accept. So
Go ahead with your question.
Okay. So it looks like there's or 7, there are 8 schools that are highlighted in red under the delegation of authority audit/finance designations with completed application.
Mr. Franklin.
I'm sorry, what was the question? I think you got cut off.
I apologize. I muted myself to avoid coughing in everyone's ear. So in that column where it says month/years of reauthorization, there's 8 that say only between 6 months and 1 month. So 2 of them are at 1 month. Looks like 4 are at 6 months. That's Alamo. That's Many Farms. That's Nuts is on. There's Nut Nilgene, which is 1 month. Then there's Shanto Prep, which is 1 month. That's 6 months. And then Hunters Point, which is only 4 months. So can you and Ms. Benali explain why they are being reauthorized for such a short period of time? And I think it's really important for the committee to understand, because these schools need certainty in order to operate and I think have like longer term goals. But at the same time, there are virtually no remedies available to the government and to the overseers of the education system on with relation to the management of schools. The tool that
according to the Bureau of Indian Education's procedures, they have to meet with the BIE to develop a corrective action plan to correct those deficiencies found in their audit. So specifically, if there's questionable costs, if there is no documentation to support how those funds were spended, they would documents or find documents to support how those dollars were spent. The BIE usually gives them approximately, I believe it's 30 days to address. And then they review those documents, and then they send them an official letter to accept or deny the information sent to the BIE in terms of the corrective action. So in order to ensure that a residential campus, and to ensure that they have corrected those findings found in their audit, is the reason why the Navajo Nation Board of Education school. Their financial statements were unmodified with some questionable procedures that were not being followed according to their policies and procedures. In the area of federal awards, which is specifically money designated for students, and how they spent those funds, which is the reason why they were given a qualified designation for their federal, basically raises a yellow flag for Doty and for the Navajo Nation Board of Education to ensure that when they come back in December, they will have the procedures in place so that it will not happen again. The goal for each of these schools is to have a perfect audit. But because of various things that take place at schools, external factors that exist, a lot of times they fall behind in these cases. So that's why they're given different designations of reauthorization. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Chair. Vice.
Audit findings year after year. So we've asked the Board of Education, what are they doing to assist the schools, because they are actually the ones, the grantees that accept this money from the federal government. Some of them also don't have business managers. They're still in the process of hiring a business manager, or they have temporary or contracted business managers that are not really involved into daily financial needs of the schools. Is we audit the next year's audit that's going to be happening, and if that clears it, then from our delegation of authority, we will accept that. But if we get a letter from BIE saying everything is clear, we really can't accept that from them. We have to go by that year's audit. We also have some schools that are year after 4 year in a row of being in financial trouble, and I think that's why you start to to the discussion and why the Board of Education for Navajo Nation continues to be very mindful of the audits and the financial responsibilities of the board, the school boards that are the grantees of these schools. Thank you.
Committee members, do we have further question, discussion? Mr. Honorable Vice Chair, let me ask a question before I give you the floor. Mr. Franklin.
Chair, I wanted to raise a point of privilege and just ask 928, the number starting 928 and ending in 216 to mute their phone or to have staff do it, because I have my earphones on and I keep hearing them. And when you look at the screen, they keep lighting up.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Whoever has 216, please mute your phone. And yes, when one is making a statement or asking a question and you hear these side comments and it that occurred, and then the other is, what is their dollar amount for administrative costs? That each of the schools, based on their enrollment, have been receiving as part of administering each of the tribally controlled schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do provide to the Navajo Nation Board of Education the first spreadsheet, which is basically a 4-year trend of their audit. So, so that the Board of Education has an idea if the school is improving in their financials. So I do have that spreadsheet available. I can email that to you so that you can see the 4-year trend of how a school is, how their designations by their audits. Community School. It is also unmodified, but it's in blue. And the reason why it's in blue is because there are some areas that were designated as findings within their audit that were not as serious, but they were questionable. So basically that school, Delcon Community School, would have to write a corrective action to address how they plan to address those findings. And that goes to the BIE And this is all as part of their grant agreement with the Bureau of Indian Education that they have to do. So I hope that answers your first request. I do have that and I can send it to you. In terms of your second request of the administrative costs, we don't normally, DOTI does not obtain the administrative costs, which is determined by their, I lost my train of thought. They do receive a document that has the amount of money that they received according to their number of students that they have. It's a document through the grant agreement that they received in terms of the dollar amount for them to operate within that given fiscal year. Not obtain that document.
The chair is open for your motion and directives.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to motion to accept the report and then issue a directive to DOTI. I don't remember the full title, but the statistics and that program under DOTI to provide a report. Maybe if you can go back 5 years preceding 2020 and look at school performance has improved or decreased across, all of our contract schools and all of our BIE schools to the extent that we can obtain that data, which sounds like is at issue right now. And I know it's been reported publicly at issue across the entire BIE school system. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask for clarification.
Mr. Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Honorable Vice Chair is requesting a five-year trend of academic progress, correct?
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Yes, academic progress. And I just realized, can we actually also get a breakdown in audit concerns or any other issues that have been flagged in the reauthorization process? So I guess it'd be two parallel reports that would provide a look back period for the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. Mr. Franklin, does that clarify what this will be?
Just a one clarification.
Each school, I think that will be beneficial for their eyes and also the transparency, and it might help Vice President Slater on some of his questions, sir.
Okay, give me a couple more minutes to pull that up real quick.
Mr. Franklin, in the motion, he said to, Honorable Vice Chair Slater said to provide it. We're in the middle of a motion. So as we
Second
act
that
on
motion.
it, then you can send it out. Yes, that what President Benali referred to, that 4-year trend. And basically, again, you know, modified or unmodified doesn't really give us a picture. It just it's way up in the sky, and I guess what we want is ground level view on that particular aspect. Was that Honorable Paul Begay seconding that motion?
Yes, Chair.
Oh, Vasila Che, I do recognize your second. Committee members, do we have any additional items that we could also place on? But yes, this is the type of information that the committee sorely needs. And again, it's in a form that's very shareable with the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Any further discussion, comments? If not, Mr. Mose, roll call vote on the motion and the second with directives.
Sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Okay, Chair. Honorable Edison J. Wanika left board meeting. The vote is 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
What our schools really have as part of their status, both in the delivery of education and their boardsmanship management of their budgets. Ms. Angelita Benali, the next item for the committee to address.
Mr. Chair and members of the HES Committee, you have your 5 new F. It's an update report by the Navajo Division of Health, Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support. And the information or the report update should include funding for food and supplies. Presenters Dr. Jill Jim and Ms. Valerie Jones.
Sheila, Dr. Jill Jim and Ms. Valerie Jones, you have the teleconference floor.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. This is Valerie Jones, the Adultex Health Services Administrator. Dr. Jim is currently in another meeting, so I'll go ahead and provide the report regarding Adultex. So there are 3 items I'm reporting on today: staffing, repairs and maintenance, and then food and supplies. So I did provide a written response, the memorandum, including the supporting documents. So as far as staffing goes, we have a total of 26 staff retiring by September 30th, 2021. And in the meantime, to ensure that services continue, we have some agencies that have interviews set up this week, and then others that will work on getting temporary hires. And I have listed the number of retirees for each agency. Chinle Agency has 5, Crown Point has 4, Fort Defiance has 6, Shiprock has 4, and Tuba City has 7. And then as far as repairs and maintenance goes, in 2017, the Indigenous Design Studio and Architecture company completed an assessment of each senior center of on the Navajo Nation. Now, I still have these documents in my office from 4 years ago, and as I've mentioned before, I just started in December of last year. So I am just, picking up information as I go and reviewing it and taking it from there. So same with this document here. It looks like this was a report that was requested from Daltex, including CPMD, and both divisions put money into this report. And so I'm currently using this as a baseline report and working with each of our program supervisor twos and our senior center supervisors to look at the current repairs and maintenance issues that are going on within each agency. So according to this report, we have a total of about $34 million in repairs and maintenance for senior centers all across the Navajo Nation. And this is only just the top number. I mean, I'm not even taking into account the inflation, including the continued deterioration of the centers. So it's probably going to be more than $34 million that we're looking at so far. And then I have also attached the intra-governmental office space use agreement. This is currently an issue of hot topic for the Division of Aging in terms of our senior centers and the chapters. Everyone seems to question who has ownership of our senior centers. I have consulted with Department of Justice regarding our space agreements between the chapters and the senior centers. And with Department of Justice guidance, they developed the template, and this was agreed upon by Rod Begay and Michelle Begay, both attorneys with DOJ. And the agreement outlines the following: the space covered in square feet, the term of use, compensation for use and utilities, fixtures and personal property, repairs and maintenance, right to make alterations, conduct of business, signs, chapters, rights to conduct business, notices, integrated documents, no waiver, disputes, and sovereign immunity and amendments. So 15 items within this agreement. So far, Daltex only has received 1 approved IOSUA from Kaibito chapter and Kaibito Senior Center. Now, in terms of funding, Daltex is not a revenue generating program. We rely on OOC and ensuring that our expenditures are all reimbursed. Now, we receive funding from Navajo Nation, number 1, 2, Arizona Department of Economic Security, 3, New Mexico House Bill 2, and 4, Administration for Community Living. And currently, for fiscal year 2022, we have a total of $44,000 about allocated for food and supplies, and then another total of $920,000 for food. And as you all know, Navajo Nation sits in 3 states, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Now, I have been contacting and meeting with each of our funding authorities and very engaged with them at this point in regards to how I can update our tri-state agreement that was signed back in 1979. But I'd also like to hear the thoughts of the HES honorable members to determine what my next steps would be with that. And that's the report for Daltex. Thank you, Chair. So.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Committee members. Honorable K. Allen Begay. Honorable Eugene So. Are you on the call? Okay, committee members have any questions?
So is this the result of the early buyouts, or are there other features of the program that you think are contributing to a lot of vacancies or retirees right now? For the first question. And what is the plan to provide a continuity of service? Because this just talks about, acknowledges the staffing. I don't see anything there that says this is a plan for how we're going to keep moving. Oh, maybe this is in the other report. Sorry.
Yes, sir. The report is attached for each agency, and it'll show each senior center. And within the Chinle agency, Supervisor James Begay, who is looking at interviewing this week, and he's interviewing for the Nuzlini Senior Center, the supervisor for the Nuzlini Center, a Chinle driver, and the Hard Rock supervisor. And then it looks like for Round Rock, there was some concern about the staffing there. We have 2 staff that are retiring from Round Rock, and the senior center supervisor position is vacant. However, we are looking at reassigning the mini farms cook to Round Rock because the mini farms cook lives in the Round Rock area.
And they would still too have staff over in many farms so they could cover for the time being.
Yes, sir.
So would they do drive-by meals, or would they actually be able to do delivery?
Doing curbside and home delivery.
Okay, who would provide? So the cook would have to do.
Driver would be responsible for the delivery of the meals.
Okay, I just
in many
see
farms we would
in
have
Round Rock it's. I'm saying.
but we'd also have some assistance with the volunteers. and from our mini farms driver.
Okay. My request would be, I see the vacancy report and then I see the top line report. Chair, can I address one other issue?
Go ahead, Honorable Slater.
Thank you very much. I know that we had DOJ on the line earlier and trying to see if they're still there. Looks like Michelle Begay is there. But this question concerns, I don't know if the space sharing agreement or what Precise Center is scheduled to undergo a renovation. So many years coming, they've been waiting for the chapter to complete their renovation, which has taken an ungodly amount of time just to get reopened. It's been a total disservice to our people, but that's neither here nor there. Now that there's spaces available within the chapter, your program consented to permitting them to move in there instead of relocating to many farms. And on behalf of the chapter, we're very appreciative of that. Senior program and the chapter were splitting the bills. They flagged them and didn't pay them or said there was some issue. And so I don't know if we have DOJ or someone on the line right now who can speak to that issue and elaborate a little further about what transpired in the past and how we can figure out how to have equitable sharing of the costs for reload program into the chapter. Thank you.
Ms. Jones with Department of Justice.
Hey, Chair, this is Aaron Yazzie, Blue Gap Senior Center Supervisor and also Whippoorwill Chapter President. Do you hear me? Can I speak?
Hang on, there's a question that's posed, and I've directed to the individuals to respond. After that, committee will allow you to speak.
Thank you.
This is Michelle Begay from DOJ. As Ms. The program manager noted earlier, the intergovernmental space use agreement was one that was recommended to be used between the chapters and the program at NDOH by Rod Begay, just because the chapters are each different, and to try to come up with one type of agreement that would address everything correctly and efficiently is a little bit difficult, because there is some difference between the LGA certified chapters and the non-certified chapters. And then as well, there's the question of ownership. Some of these areas aren't actually owned by the chapters themselves. So I believe that Rod actually came up with that document. Rod Begay, who works with the chapter unit, came up with that document. And that was what was provided as a starting point for the chapters and the Daltex to come to an agreement. And in regarding to the sharing of expenses, there is, there is some language in there, but we leave that to the discretion of the program and the chapter to determine what expenses each will be responsible for, so they can make changes to that to see
to say, well, the chapter is responsible for whatever utility, or that they would split the costs and outline which utilities that each will be responsible for. So that part is kind of left up to the parties for them to negotiate, but there is the template that just has some language in there, which I believe would say the chapter's responsible for it. But I mean, that's kind of left up to the two parties to determine.
So, Ms. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess in follow-up, Ms. Begay, the IGA, does that have to be signed by the president of the Navajo Nation?
No, that particular agreement would not be signed by the president. It would be signed by the chapter president and then I believe Dr. Jim on behalf of.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your attention. Oh, Shabiz, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Shiaja. Thank you, the committee members, to the presenter. I just want some clarification, as Honorable Slater has stated, who would be making these proper deliveries and who would be in charge of the meal prep. And I know that this has been a standard issue with some chapters and some senior care and Daltech programs. So my question is, if we have volunteers that are making these deliveries out to the community, I believe, I'm not too sure, but I just want some clarification that nobody except the driver who is on the insurance and whoever might be on the insurance is only permitted in the vehicle to deliver these meals. Is that correct?
Ms. Jones, Ms. Begay.
Thank you, Honorable So, for that question. You are absolutely correct. The volunteers would not be driving all of the home delivered prep and packing, and the would be the responsibility of the volunteer, but they would not be driving and dropping the meals off. Thank you.
Here, just a follow-up, please.
Yes, go ahead with your follow-up, Susan.
Thank you, she asked. The reason why I bring this up and into question and for clarification for some of our constituents to hear is that I have been receiving some concerns that we have volunteers at the chapters that are riding in these vans distributing these meals that are prepped. And that poses a great concern. Besides that, I know that one of my home chapters is possibly doing that. And, I just want this investigated with all the 110 chapters. And for the fact that we have liability and we have so much lives that we just cannot pretty much validate as far as with liability issues. And that is a huge concern to me. And with these vehicles driving about 40 miles per hour up to 60 or 70 miles per hour on a dirt road is very concerning. And I asked that, well, how are these trainings implemented into the yearly plan, and how often does your department check into these concerns? I know that several were made by some of my chapters to your office, and I'm not too sure if in your regard you have responded to it or looked into it. That is my follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Charlene. So, Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Honorable So. This is the first time that I'm hearing about the volunteers riding with the senior center driver. I will definitely take a look at that and investigate that, and I will be sure to write a report on that and let you know, including the rest of the senior centers. So I will be talking with the program supervisors about this. And the other thing I'm doing is just ensuring that I start working on the performance improvement plans for each of our agency offices.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Chair the Snip Whipple Chapter President.
Oh, yeah,
Chair.
Oh.
I didn't. I saw Tanidito. Chair, ya, Aaron Yazin, Chair. Ado ke the Chile, the Ned Storm, but Anibas Chinky, Ani the State, what a coins are Nale. Ado Whipple, Chapter President, Slickat. Ado Senior Center Supervisor, don't slitch in the agency, Jeff. Look at it, we're shut down because of deficiencies on floor tiles, ceiling leaks, and everything else. So, repairs, 34 million in there. It's not coming through. Out on the IGA, they're having problems approving that because it's more of an MOA, because they don't want to produce any monies, and we won't budget for us in their budgets. Supplies we're way down on supplies, and the recommendation from our agency is to buy your own plates, buy your own home D trays, buy your own office supplies such as ink. So we have to go out and buy some of these supplies ourselves. I don't think it's fair to my staff for them to dig in their pockets for money. Out of the vacancies, there was no preparation for these vacancies. Retirement, Pinyon, when they're short in the Hard Rock, they're short, Low Mountain, they're short. Cottonwood, so they're shuffling these people around to where there's a lot of requirements. There's certain certifications they have to have, like CPR, food handlers, you can't just get anybody off the street to work at the senior center. So we have lack of staff. It's going to get worse after September 30th when all these people retire from Chile agency. It's going to be a problem. So Hashin sort about this in so Shinan Ako, Are Bayada, Kigi, Ashin Tehoda in Hadado, Rian Sodo this.
Mr. Yazzie, I appreciate your input on this discussion. Ms. Valerie Jones, do you wish to respond to that?
Thank you, Honorable So. Yes, I will provide a response. I'm curious now as to what capacity Mr. Yazzie is speaking from. Is he doing, I mean, is he the senior center supervisor now, or is he wearing his chapter president hat? I don't know. But in terms of not getting any food supplies, then we need to well, I will definitely be talking to Mr. James Begay because he's the program supervisor out there, but we do have funding available from our external funding authorities, Title III, and that was effective as of July 1st, 2021. Now, the problem, excuse me, as I have mentioned before in the past, is just the process it takes to get anything approved within our financial system. It does take quite some time. And if we have to do a budget revision request, that's an additional month. And then just to get it through the process takes another 2 months. So if as I said, I will be working on performance improvement plans to address these issues. Thank you.
Chair, this is Delegate Slater. Can I make a comment?
Yes, Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you for the day. Let's say the fourth. Yeah, it was last Monday. So Daltech's administration had a $17,820 in unexpended funds. It said it's for an expenditure rate of 34%. Then Daltech's Crown Point had a $43,723.91 budget available for an expenditure rate of about 73%. Daltech's Tuba City had $78,496.54 for an expenditure rate of $61.87%. Daltech's Shiprock had $5,335.95 available for an expenditure rate of 94.58%. So, these general funds I know provide the most flexibility compared to the externally restricted funds. And oftentimes they're saved for special purposes in order to be responsive and not have to get pre-clearance or whatever it is. And what was conveyed earlier, I know is not unique. A lot of us hear this. The facilities. And I really think, when you came on board, Ms. Jones, that the committee thought that this was one of, if not the most important program that's housed in the Department of Health. And we were incredibly enthusiastic that it was going to have solid permanent leadership. And we're now getting to the point where I personally, do not want to hear I was only brought on recently. You can acknowledge that that you don't have a plan for something, but that I'm going to have for your leadership. And a part of that is getting these expenditure rates up or moving them to other worthy causes across the government. But if there are deficiencies at the agency or program level, then we really need serious management exercised. And the biggest, I think, failing of Navajo Nation government, in my opinion, is the lack of management. It's people who don't want to enter into confrontation, who don't want to assess sincere performance deficiencies. And if that needs to be done, the committee will stand behind you. But we need to get these expenditure rates up. I know this past year was challenging with COVID, but at the same time, from my observations, it seemed like the communities needed the most amount of assistance or the most amount of supplies as possible for the home delivery and the curbside service. So that really should have increased what was needed from the supplies and should have, I think, driven up some of these expenditure rates. So with that said, I think it would be appropriate for the committee to bring back the Deltex program sometime. How they've I know that report was forwarded. I'd asked Mr. Begay fiscal year 21 budget formulation to provide me a facilities report, and he put that together so that I could try to get funding for our senior centers. And fortunately, the way the budget rolled out that year, it didn't happen. But included in that fiscal, we could look at funding them, and I would like to reiterate that request. So I think within the first quarter of the next year, we should reconvene, plot out what that improvement regime could look like. And then if there's any emergency improvements that need to be made to continue operations, then we should pursue those now. But don't be afraid to ask for support from the committee, because we really don't want to continue this practice within government where everybody tries to hush it up until it blows up, especially for our elders, for our seniors in our communities. So thank you, and let's keep making progress and hold our folks accountable.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. You provided that direction in a very judicious way. And again, Ms. Jones, the committee is willing to help you get these deliveries of services, but I guess the other is have to assure the agency supervisors that we've got money for supplies, whether it be from the federal agencies or from the general funds. And perhaps some of the agency supervisors are not carrying that message. And that's where Mr. Aaron Niazi may be coming from. And again, that's one of the reasons that Mr. Kial and Begay wanted a specific report on the senior centers within Chinle Agency. And thank you for providing the report for all the agencies and all the vacancies. And initially that enhanced retirement, if the impact wasn't really looked at. And the historical knowledge, the caring for the elderly from the folks that are close to retirement age, it certainly has a factor. And we hope we find people just as caring and wanting to help the senior age population of our Navajo society. Miss Jones, please keep up the energy, keep up the motivation you brought in. We could see it from the folks around you. So hang in there, and again, we are pleased with how you've elevated the program. And and so those are some things. Committee members, Ms. Jones basically wanted also some direction on the tri-state agreement, where Doltex is treated as one state. And for me, I think Ms. Jones, please email a current copy of that age-old agreement. I'm surprised that probably worn and tattered at the edges, but send it and we will give it our utmost attention. Honorable Carl Slater, do you have anything else? Committee members, do you have anything else to provide as we move forward on our agenda?
Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, Shache, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shay. Chair, and thank you for the report. I too have a couple centers here in northwest corner of the nation with a lot of questions. Some of them were mentioned. I don't want to be repeating what has been said, but yeah, there is a lot of questions from these centers. My question would be, is there any way to address these concerns at the center level? So the right out center there, but the hey and hika of seems like the middle de sata. Palit ego ade under that Baniago. Center and does Shaggy is Nahas Congo or Shikin Dahas now, whatever that, Bohanet Zanson. Even I just could, if there's a possibility of a representative of Delta from the Window Rock office, central office, to make a visit to these centers that have a lot of questions, a lot of concerns. Maybe that would be the more effective way to remedy these issues. Since pleading for help and requesting for help from the local level to Window Rock is not working. To them, it's not working. That is what I hear all the time. Of course, that don't us. You see about the Shingi Kaibito. Diego, you know, just kid. Just shut up in the now. Shall not don't go. Ajla in yes, no. For the chesty, they need to. At Ila, they no kid. And this has happened a couple of days ago. At Egilata, they no kid. What can I do for you? And the response was,
You should know you're a council delegate. I couldn't get the phone was hung up on me. That tells me that there's a lot of frustration out there. Or not out there, or text message or nishla. He could got or ado hazoban yatki. She's still now. Sneak it or phone hang up and he edo. Ado lehas edo lisa. Ado do either. Ako hasha. Azo ye sistahotilna. At egla nahot ila or the snigo. So that plan is, I'm planning to visit that center tomorrow. That's just to illustrate to you that the frustration is out there from these centers. It would be more effective if you send a representative from the central office sit down with these centers with a lot of questions. I just kidded do and now take it is John Dorning. Even I just could to say, I don't share in Angie. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, lots of Che. Good to hear. And it gives a good perspective. Miss Valerie Jones.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. So, Honorable Slater and Honorable Begay. I appreciate all your comments and your support to Division of Aging. In all fairness, I have inherited years of evolved problems. So this is going to take me some time, and I can't do it alone, in all honesty. I am pulling 10 to 12-hour days here, and I am tired, and I haven't, as Delegate Honorable Slater had pointed out, I'd mentioned that I was only here not that long, but I am pulling in long hours to try to make this work and try to find some way in how to reorganize this place, develop a strategic plan, a reorganization plan, performance improvement plans, and various other issues that have been coming up. And I am one who, my management style is an open door policy, meaning anyone can come and talk to me in person. Anyone can email me and call me. I am available to my staff. And as I said, these problems are going to take me some time to resolve, and I am working on those improvement plans. And I hope to show, some results here soon. And with everyone's, and with leadership's guidance and support, I know that, this will be a program. And I envision this to be more than just meals. There are more services to the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support here within Department of Health. That can happen. And that's really what I'm focused on. But in the meantime, I have little fires that happen on a day-to-day basis that I have my hands all over, and then trying to also look at the bigger picture. So I do appreciate, the words of encouragement and the questions and the emails that I receive from everyone. I do appreciate those. So thank you.
Che, Honorable Begay, and Miss Valerie Jones, could you call into that meeting that Honorable Begay just mentioned?
Yes, sir, most definitely.
Yes, and I guess basically put it on speaker and let your other central staff hear, and that way they have an idea of how to come up with an immediate way to address their concern. It's not what I'm suggesting is not a matter of micromanaging. It's just a matter of being I guess giving you some positive suggestions. Idea, Ashwanda, I see. Yego, and with a bay, and Yego, now, or area. Sinto, I see, Yahudan, and the Yego, now, could have Hastwini Zani. I see a south from the house. So a head of a cat dog was a quite a yiddy kid had in called the street of Sunny, but not in the shiki. Beyond Banda, he get over a dark kaigi. Idea. It's in the days ink. So please, stay energized, and again, we understand your commitment. You're going to. Thank you, committee members. Anybody else? We have a motion. We have a second. And Okatela committee members, Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Sir, I don't have anything as far as a motion or second, sir. I missed it. Hear me, sir? Hello?
Yes, I thought Honorable Slater made the motion. And in there, he requested follow-up report on the general funds budget.
It was Honorable Slater motion, second, sir?
And the second was Honorable Paul Begay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, for the vote, okay, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene
I vote
So.
green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Pernell Halona. Carry a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. 3 in favor, 0 opposed. The committee chair did not vote. Okay. Then we have the second part of our agenda with regarding Navajo Department of Health. Miss Angelita Anali.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yeah, 5G with an update report by the Navajo Department of Health, Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services. The presenters are Dr. Jill Jim and Dr. Brancer. And Dr. Brancer did email a report at about maybe 20 to 30 minutes ago, which I did forward to all of the committee members. Thank you.
You, Ms. Benali. Dr. Michelle Ransur, are you on the call?
Yes, good afternoon. I am.
Oh, yeah, Dr.
Okay.
Ransur, and Dr. Jill Jim, are you on the call? Okay. Since Dr. Jim's not on the call, let's go to you, Dr. Ransur. It's regarding those items that you had presented for sponsorship with the
Okay,
organization. And just approach it like the committee hasn't heard you before and give us the background to these items you want approved, and then we'll move forward from there.
Okay, great. Well, good afternoon, Honorable Chair So and Honorable Vice Chair Slater and all of the committee members and folks who are attending the meeting, special meeting. I am Michelle Dr. Branzer as the Health Services Administrator. I did interview and accepted to the position, so I will be officially in the capacity of a Health Services Administrator. So for the opportunity to serve, but just like Ms. Jones has said prior, feels like we have a lot of work to do. So the first item I wanted to address to you is the legislation for limited waiver of sovereign immunity. This is kind of been in the process for a while, I would say. DBMHS, as some of you may know, in prior maybe administrations, we were able to do billing, which is third-party reimbursements for Medicaid. And with that, it was with the state of New Mexico and the state of Arizona. But currently, we do not have those provider agreements. They've expired, and so they need to be renewed and started over again. There's some sites, there's 2 in New Mexico that are still currently able to bill Crown Point Outpatient Treatment Center, Shiprock Outpatient Treatment Centers. So those are the only 2 treatment centers that were able to work on the reimbursement for and receive Medicaid insurance reimbursement. So with that, before I even came to delegated HSA, I was a clinical director at Navajo Regional Behavioral Health Center, which is in Shiprock. And we were always wanting even to bill for residential services because that facility is the only one that does provide residential as well. However, since due to the issues with the New Mexico provider agreements or applications to become Medicaid providers, it's called a MAD form. 335 is the number. And with that, we've had reviews with DOJ. So our attorney, Michelle Begay, has really been working strongly with DBMHS in this. And the last review, and she's done work to try to work with the state or see if there's negotiation, and she may provide more of her update. But the recommendation really was to seek this limited waiver of sovereign immunity in specific areas in which Navajo usually does not submit to these certain items that are in the Medicaid provider applications. So that is why I have sought sponsor and delegate so to make sure that we could move forward and see what is the next step in this legislative process. Again, I'm newer to this legislative process as well. So I am reaching out to CMS, that stands for Centers of the Medicaid and Medicare Services. It's the federal entity that really is tasked with Medicaid or Medicare as well. And they have a division for tribal affairs. And so I have also reached out to them to see about how we shall, work and move forward. I am aware other Native or Indigenous nation, tribal nations are able to bill for these Medicaid services, as we have licensed clinical staff that provide treatment services for substance use disorders like alcohol and drugs, as well as, gambling, and then mental health co-occurring, which would be depression and anxiety that you often see with those who are using substances or have addiction issues. And so with that, that is currently where we're at. Today, actually, we met as a small team, DBMHS, little team of us, and then Michelle Begay and Chad, I want to say Beta, if I'm right, was able to kind of help us, as he is the one going to be drafting the legislation. So just wanting you all to be aware that that is what we'd like to do as we start, looking to get that legislation draft. And the other point with this is, as a sovereign nation and with self-governance, the CMS, since they have their tribal affairs or portion that can hopefully help with us getting through this process to become a Medicaid provider, there is a lot of revenue that can be billed or acquired through this process, so that DBMHS can further advance in or expand in our programs in other areas, which I can review here in a little bit as well. So hopefully, that gives you all an update on that. But we're still in the beginning processes. But meeting with Chad this morning was helpful. Since Navajo Nation is technically in the Four Corners area, Arizona Access Provider Enrollment Forms, again, to become a Medicaid provider, also has items in there that need to be addressed, possibly again with this limited waiver of sovereign immunity. And then we would also eventually look to having this process with Utah, because, we have the Utah Navajo health systems, and then we even see, our Diné people that live in the Colorado area as well. So there is a lot to work to be done, but we are getting started in that area. So I'll just make mention, you might see that in my report as letter H. So then, if it's okay, I'll jump over to the letter A, or more of the grants section of the report. So, hello? No, somebody.
Yes, go ahead.
I hope I'm still
Go
on.
ahead. Keep going.
Okay, I hope I'm still on. Okay.
Yes, you are.
So this next one, okay, good. The next section, like I said, I'll start in is the tribal opioid grant. As you see, NGOH with the EPI department received this grant in 2019, and it was to go to the end of this month, September 30th, or 29th, I'm sorry. And we put in for a no-cost extension. So since I came aboard as the delegated HSA end of December, beginning of January, really working with Dr. Jim and how to transition this grant to work with the Division of Behavioral Mental Health Services. So that was able to be accomplished, and now we have been able to get this no-cost extension, which would be about $14 million to really work on opioid prevention, treatment, education, really, and again, enhance our services we're able to provide, and work with other medical facilities that provide medication-assisted treatment. And so you'll see there it's Tuba City Regional Healthcare, United Navajo Health Systems, and NACA, the Native Americans for Community Actions, and also a telehealth called IRIS that will help us to implement the MAT treatment services. And so with this no-cost extension, it just gives us a year. So my hope is, since now we have this approval for no-cost extension, we will full steam ahead be able to start spending this money. But as we know, the process is, takes a little time with the business units and everything. But I plan to, get us moving as quick as possible, because a year can go by pretty quick, and see then how we can work with the grant. And the next item that you'll see is that the Navajo Nation Opioid Response Task Force that has been developed. I believe our first meeting was back in, I want to say May or June. So we've had our second meeting, and now we're going to have our third one. And it really is looking at the partners. It's those that are going to be helping with the MAT treatment services, other NDOH programs, the public health safety areas, the police department, criminal investigations. They also have a part of this grant as well, as they were have a supplemental portion of this opioid grant to develop their medical examiners area department. So that will help in that way too. So the two trainings we're looking to help with the kind of more cultural relevance and how we can treat opiate disorders with our Navajo, philosophies and everything that will help us is using the Navajo wellness model. So those trainings are going to be provided starting the end of this month, the 20th to the 23rd, and then 2 more trainings in October. So the partners that are a part of the task force will be getting training in that area. The next grant we're working with is the FEMA Crisis Care Counseling, and we did receive special conditions for that, and that's with FEMA and the federal partners. And so the biggest challenge with this grant, which we're still working and getting some assistance with, is in the FEMA grant.
Dr. Brenseur, you went mute on us. Dr. Brenseur, I think you went on mute. Ms. Benali, could you either text or email Dr. Brenseur to relay the message?
She's doing it right now, sir.
Committee members, great news that Dr. Brenseur has accepted the position, and she's no longer on special assignment. So we have a full-fledged qualified staff to oversee the Department of Behavioral and Mental Health program for the Navajo Nation. And as she was presenting, you can see the aspects of what she's already initiated. So hopefully the issues on limited waiver of sovereign immunity will, the proper language will be developed, and those items that are listed as the grant will be put into legislation, of which I've signed on to be the sponsor. And so within the next few days, we should be able to address the items that Dr. Brenseur has outlined in the report that we all have in hand. Committee members.
Chair, this is Douglas Slater.
Oh, Cecilia, go ahead.
I guess if she's not able to rejoin, then I'll motion to accept the report and then ask that, yeah, we follow up with her next week or tomorrow. I think tomorrow's agenda is actually pretty late. So
Yes, we could defer it till tomorrow. Thank you.
okay, actually, I'll motion to defer then. Well, I'll motion to defer this report till tomorrow. And then
Motion is recognized.
Oh, sorry.
Motion is recognized to defer till tomorrow. Committee members, do I have a second?
Motion.
That was second by Honorable Paul Begay. Thank you. All right, we're having technical difficulties both at the BNS conference room and probably with Dr. Brensers, where she's initiating the call, the Zoom. So with that, Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Edison J. Winika. Honorable Pernell Halona. Jerry, I voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. And Ms. Benali, please email or text or phone Dr. Ransour that she can present the report tomorrow. Thank you, committee members. Ado, Ms. Benali, next item on our agenda.
Hello, everybody. I'm sorry. This is Michelle, Dr. Branzer.
Dr. Branzer, the committee,
I'm sorry.
that we just deferred your report to tomorrow's test regular meeting.
Oh, okay.
So hopefully the technical issues will be resolved tomorrow morning. So on tomorrow's agenda, on the motion to adopt the agenda, your report will be added. And it'll be item 5A, I think it is.
Okay.
Hopefully by 10:30, 10:15, we should be ready for your report. And thank you again. Thank you for accepting the position. Now we have a lawfully dutiful 638 contract. You give us prestige in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Ms. Angelita Benali, next item on the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have number 7, new business, and it was amended to read A, extend the school board reapportionment public comment. The public notice was published in the Navajo Times, in parentheses, a Navajo Nation-wide publication, close parentheses, on August 19th, 2021, extending public comment period to October 23rd, 2021. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Committee members, in this action, I think it just will require a motion and a second and a vote to basically officially schedule the 60-day consultation period. August 23rd was the first day of consultation period we held at Tuba City Chapter House. A period of 60 days. It might be 61 because I think August had 31 days. But that's quite all right. Committee members, motion.
Motion, Delegate Paul Begay.
Oh, Sache, thank you. Honorable Paul Begay makes the motion. Do I hear a second? Jahalona. Committee members. Mr. Mose, do we have quorum?
Hold on, sir, I'm checking right now. 1, 2, 3. Yes, sir, we do. We have everybody except Honorable Winika and Honorable Alona.
I'm here. I just feel like I've participated in every motion and second this whole meeting. So I'd like someone else to motion and second.
Yes, Honorable Slater. Acknowledged.
Okay, let's get the show on the road. We don't need to torture our staff and everyone else on the line. I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Slater. This is official action of the HES committee to basically honor the committee's wishes to do the 60-day consultation period as opposed to the court-ordered 52 days or 58 days.
57.
We're meeting 57. And again, the consultation period is still we're still under the court order. We're abiding by the court's order. So, committee members, and I think a lot of the school boards and the commenters don't realize that this item is ordered by the court. Committee members, Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Winika, green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Thank you, committee members. A vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. So that takes us to the end of our agenda for today.
You walked out, yeah.
Any announcements? The only announcement we have is we have a regularly scheduled Health, Education, Human Services Committee meeting for tomorrow morning, starting at 10 a.m. The agenda has been posted, and we have legislations on the agenda. Chair is open for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Honorable Slater motions to adjourn. Do I hear a second?
I'll second, Delegate.
Second one.
I'll recognize the second by Honorable Charlene So, and the third by Edison Winika, and the fourth by, I think it sounded like Kelowna. Mr. Mose, roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
The fifth by Delegate Begay. I vote green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison J. Winika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, adjourned at 3:30 p.m.
Thank you, committee members. We covered a lot of ground today. And there's significant issues that we really have to, both within the education system, in our healthcare system. So tomorrow we have a new day and new issues to face. Rest up, travel safe, take care of yourself, and let's keep up our prayers for people, our families, and even ourselves to have the mental strength, capacity to deal with these complex issues that come to us. And I, colleagues. With that, we are adjourned.
See you tomorrow.
So, what's 8 or late? I'll go on that.